Welcome to Dhaka Tribune's US election 2020 live coverage. This is Zafar Zaman, Dhaka Tribune editor. I'm joined right now at the top of the hour by Nader Rahman from Dhaka Tribune's New York bureau. You may have seen his writing in Dhaka Tribune where he has been covering the election for us from the United States. Welcome to the show, Nader.
Hi, nice to be here.
Good. And we are also joined by Shahira Majumdar, who is an American author and journalist. I can't remember whether you have also graced the pages of Dhaka Tribune on occasion. I hope so.
Yes,
been holding out on us.
I have, and I would like to again.
I thought so. All right, so this is it. It's D-Day, Election Day. Obviously, it's a little too early to call. One of the things which a lot of people have been commenting on, I think, I'm sure you have been up since the early hours, as have I, watching CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, is that because of the large number of mail-in votes, it's very, very difficult to make accurate projections at this time. So, and what's more complicated is the fact that many of the states have very differing ways of counting. So some states, are counting mail-in votes in advance, and so what we're seeing here largely reflects the mail-in vote. Then some states count them later. And what's complicated is the fact is that a rule of thumb is that mail-in votes will favor Biden, whereas in-person votes are likely to favor Trump. But with all of those provisos, Nader, why don't you start us off? Let us know what you're seeing. It's about, I think, 9 p.m. in New York, where you're from. Polls have closed, in many states.
Polls, in fact, would probably just have closed in New York. And actually, New York finds itself in a very interesting situation. Even being this progressive stronghold that it is, this was the first time in a presidential election that New York has had early voting, which is actually something that kind of blew my mind. When you live here, you kind of expect to see these kind of, I think early voting is a progressive ideology by definition. But so polls just closed over here. But to speak to your point about how generally early voting and specifically, now there's a differentiation over here between early voting and mail-in voting. So early voting, I think a lot of that will be counted today. By tomorrow morning, we'll have a very clear picture of what happens. Mail-in voting is a whole different beast altogether. And Zafar, I'd actually like to temper one of the things that you said, that generally, I think the rule of thumb so far has been that specifically mail-in voting, has always favored the Democrats. But COVID has kind of turned that upside down a little bit. I suspect what they would have been, if you had banked on, and I'm making up a number over here, 70% of all mail-in votes having been Democratic before. Like I said, I'm making this number up. I do believe this time the number will definitely be less than that.
Okay,
I think a lot of Republicans.
That ratio has been equalized to some extent.
In one regard, I really do think so, because there was a strange situation.
I'm just going to hold you 1 second because we're going to be joined by our fourth guest at this point. I'm just adding him to the stream, and then we'll come straight back to you, Nader.
Hey there,
Stephen, welcome to the show. This is Stephen Diamond, New York-based lawyer and columnist. I mean, if you think that New York is slightly overrepresented in this early morning discussion, I'm going to have to on that. But, such is the nature of the beast. I have been approaching people from the Midwest and the Southwest to join later on. So let's see if that works out. But Nader, you were in the middle of something.
As I was saying, so I think actually the president, the incumbent himself, sent very weird, very mixed messages, specifically online, about early voting, where 3 weeks ago there was a spell of 3 days where in front of the crowds, when he's going and giving his speeches right after getting out of recovering from COVID, he was telling people mail-in votes are going to be illegal, we shouldn't count them, there's going to be a lot of trouble with them. But then online, honestly, just scroll back down to his Twitter feed 3 weeks ago, he name checks 15 states and he says, please mail in your vote early, which is just like such a cognitive dissonance to doing both of those things on the same day. And I do think we will get a significant number of Republican mail-in votes. And I think it's just,
Well, I mean, there's, discipline has never been the president's strong suit, discipline or consistency. You know, I mean, that said, you know, we shouldn't laugh because, I mean, we are having these similar discussions 4 years ago. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think very few people, you know, if you go back 4 years, if this time thought that the day would end with Donald Trump in the White House, yet there he was and there he is. Stephen, if I could just welcome you to the show.
Thank you,
So let's see, where are we right now? We've got 119 electoral college votes for Biden, 94 for Trump. I think, you know, that again doesn't really tell us anywhere. The analogy I like to use is kind of like a tennis match. So far, everyone's holding serve. Okay? And in fact, the truth of the matter is, at least 40 of the 50 states, you can probably completely call before the election even starts. Everything really boils down to the 10. So we're not really seeing anything out of the ordinary, though I would say back in 2008 and 2012, Barack Obama won the state of Indiana. And, you know, when he won Indiana, we knew that we were in for, you know, it was going to be a good night for the Democrats. I see, however, that Trump has won Indiana. He's leading in Florida. So I think one of the things we can say is, you know, there's going to be no blowout. There's going to be no landslide. It's going to be very, very close either way because, you know, like I said, if there was going to be a landslide, we would expect Florida perhaps to be more in Biden's column. Now, of course, it's not over yet, and I don't know which counties have not been counted. But I don't know, Stephen, do you have any information on that?
Yeah, so I don't have any direct information on the counties that have been counted, but I like the way you've put this and you framed it really well, which is that you've put Indiana and Florida as the canaries in the coal mine that would indicate a landslide. And it's very clear that, as you said, is not happening, with Indiana being called for Trump and Florida leaning towards Trump. It certainly doesn't indicate a landslide. I think the really important thing here, and it's not anything that certainly your fellow guests aren't aware of either, I think the real key for Biden is what has been called the so-called blue wall in the Midwest, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, and also a little further east, Pennsylvania. He won these three states by about 85,000 electoral votes. And if the people who didn't come out to vote for Hillary come out to vote in those states, he will win them, all other things being equal. The question is, there's no path to victory for Biden at this point if he loses Florida without those three states. And I think that's really where you need to focus. North Carolina would be great. It would be a great state for him to win. Another state that was a toss-up state that some people were looking at was Georgia. That is, the returns right now do not look very good there at all. I think I saw something like 53% the last time I looked.
Right. I mean, but I think the key with states like Georgia and Ohio, which I think people are expecting Trump to win, they typically, certainly over the last several election seasons, reliably Republican states. In fact, I think no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio. And I think ever since Bill Clinton's time, Georgia has been very solidly Republican. But what's interesting to see is that in both those states, while we don't expect Biden to win, he is running about 5 points better.
He's competitive.
And Hillary Clinton was. So that, again, gives you some sense of which way the wind may be blowing. Of course, these are all early days, but if you're looking at Ohio as some kind of a proxy for what might happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and what was the other state we were talking about in the Midwest?
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Okay. That that's comforting for Biden. Again, as I said, it's too early. It's not dispositive. Shahira, let me bring you in a little. This is where it's kind of like a little bit of horse racing. But why don't you tell us a little bit about watching the election from afar? You know, you're a U.S. citizen. I presume you voted.
Yeah, well, I was just in New York a few weeks ago, actually, and I'm actually now in Cox's Bazar, and it's very bizarre to be in Cox's Bazar watching the election drama from afar, and it feels like, I think what's notable, I think, is just how much uncertainty there is, right? Zafar, you were saying it's comforting, to think that it's comforting to look at this number or this number, and we're really trying to seek out comfort here, but nobody really knows. We're trying to take, refuge in the numbers and in precedents. But there is I think there's just such a feeling of anxiety that all of us are experiencing right now.
For all of us, the danger for all of us, what we're all worried about, and why a lot of people were hoping for some kind of a landslide, not just because you want certainty, you want a landslide, is that if it's very close, if it is very close, then that opens up a whole new can of worms, something the US hasn't really ever seen before. Now, of course, the 2000 election was as close as elections could be. The 2016 election was very close. In the end, the electoral college margin was quite large for Donald Trump. However, as Stephen had mentioned, this was essentially 85,000 votes across 3 states. So, it was just a small switch here and there could have made a big difference. But what we're concerned about is, I think, a number of things. We're concerned about, whether there may be sort of legal challenges, whether there may be other challenges in terms of, largely, I think, concerns surrounds President Trump, where he will try and delegitimize the election if he feels like he is losing. And of course, the third point, which is very, very new for Americans, I would imagine, is the specter of actual violence. I mean, this is something those of us in Bangladesh are not unfamiliar with. But I mean, again, Stephen, we talked about this some months ago. I mean, is that a realistic fear that, we could actually see armed militias, on the streets in states like Michigan, for instance?
We've already seen it, Saf, as you know.
Okay.
I think what you have here is, and this is something that's been going on for quite a long time, you have a deeply divided nation. It's been, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this because your viewers will know a lot of this already, but the fact is that we've had a whole class of citizens who have been economically disenfranchised, and that is the middle class. And you have a widening gap, and you're very quickly, the United States is starting to resemble what I would call a neo-feudal society. And at some point, the have-nots there's going to be a critical mass of have-nots who don't have enough vested in the current system to maintain the status quo. And unless something is done to change that trajectory, it's not a good future. The interesting thing is that the people who have been on the losing end of this are so fiercely divided and opposed to each other. A corollary to me would be Spain in the Civil War. You had tremendous poverty in Spain, and you had basically a fascist side and a socialist side. And if you think about this theory, the horseshoe theory of extremist politics, that the further along the continuum you go on right and left, or I should say left and right, they bend and they get closer together. But so many people that there's so many people on the BLM side and some of Trump's core supporters in what is called the industrial Midwest. They have so much in common, they don't even realize it, and they're so hooked on these tropes to some extent, and they all have legitimate gripes from a socioeconomic standpoint. Obviously blacks and Hispanics, but blacks primarily have a bigger set of issues that need to be addressed. Historical and systemic racism and just the impacts of slavery that we're still working through. But the idea is that they have so much more in common than they have with each other than they have with elites. It's amazing that they haven't realized this, and they're not agitating for change across a common set of values.
Yeah. I think that can't be understated, the psychological aspect of it. There has been a lot of research recently, looking at these voters who are, they are, as you say, experiencing that they are now on the losing end right now, and they feel that their power, their not just their socioeconomic power, but their cultural power, their cultural cachet, it's disappearing. And one factor is that, yes, entrenched generational wealth is, creating this neo-feudal system, but it is also, those racial factors. It's immigration, it's people in those industrial, towns and then in the Midwest or across the South, feeling it's a felt experience that they're losing out, even though, since the 2008 financial crisis, there's actually more undocumented immigrants have been leaving the states, versus coming in. But it becomes, an us versus them. It's blaming the other.
And And that's that's Donald Trump's genius, if you want to use that word, in that he understands that that winning an election, or this is the reason he's sitting in the White House, is he understands that it's not really so much about policy, it's not really so much about positions, it's about emotion. It's about how people felt experience.
So I'll get really dorky.
I mean, we know that from Bangladesh, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I'll get really dorky on you for a second. I mean, I think this is the bending back of the Enlightenment. I mean, if you think about the dawn of the Enlightenment, it was this big battle between romantic figures and rational figures. Trump is a very romantic figure. You want to make a comparison to all the King's Men, the Kingfisher. He is someone who appeals to emotions, not reason, emotions. And Oprah Winfrey on her last show was asked, what have you learned over 25 years interviewing all these people? What have you learned? And she said, everybody wants to be heard. There's a massive segment of this population that has never been heard. They've been out there and they've been doing what they've been told by both sides, but by both parties, and they've been screwed. And Donald Trump gives them a voice. They are heard through him. He is their vehicle, and that is why they're so passionate about him, because no one else has spoken what they're thinking, right or wrong, bigoted or not. He is speaking. They feel themselves channeled through him, and that's why he has such tremendous loyalty among his base.
Yeah. Well, now that if I could bring you in here, I mean, I think one of the things is, again, back in 2016, it was very clear the campaign Trump was running. He said, I'm the outsider. Okay, I'm going to come in, I'm going to drain the swamp, I'm going to stick it to the elites. And, it was a very powerful message. It's for that reason that many people, many commentators, myself included, thought that in 2016, Bernie Sanders may have stacked up better against Trump than Hillary Clinton. Now, fast forward to 2020, and you see now, of course, Bernie Sanders also comes with his negatives. In some ways, his positions are easy to caricature. He is easy to paint is a far left socialist, which is also something in the context of the United States voter, which is also scary and easy to demonize. So perhaps Joe Biden is in fact the perfect candidate for these times, kind of splitting the difference.
I agree wholeheartedly. I've actually had a thought about this, and I was thinking, what is it that Joe Biden brings to the table? And I actually just heard someone on TV put forward a very interesting perspective about, we've kept on talking about how Joe Biden's path to 270 electoral college votes. Everybody seems to be talking about how can he replicate the best parts of what Hillary did? How can he replicate the best parts of what Obama did? But maybe the Joe Biden coalition is something else altogether. A very initial stat that I saw, like maybe about 2 hours ago, was that 36 or 38% of the people who voted today were over 65 years old. That's up 2.5% from last time. Now, that figure might not seem like a lot, but it's a tremendous amount. Last time we had 139 million votes, 2.5% more. And these older voters, they both tend to go either extreme Republican or Democrat. But I do think Biden's managed to speak to a bunch of older voters who already came out to vote. But if their share of the vote has gone up by 2 to 3%, which is an incredible amount, I think the Biden coalition no longer needs to think about, we have to remake what Obama did, or we have to replicate what Hillary did. I do think there's a way for him to scope out what is his own way as well. I think that's interesting to think about as we tally these results right now.
I hope you're right. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Shahir.
I was just going to say that I think that larger percentage of older voters is that's a circumstance that is shaped particularly by COVID, right? It's not necessarily that Biden's whole package is what is attracting them. I mean, we don't know. I mean, certainly, Trump has broken so many norms and, just like trampled on, the values that we like to, think of as dear, dear to, what America is. And perhaps, that is also an important factor. But COVID definitely, I think is one of the main priorities for those older voters.
Is this the COVID election, do you think? I mean, here's the thing. Were there no COVID, okay, let's say go back 9 months, I mean, I think we'd be looking at a very, very different electoral landscape, no doubt. I mean, and
I'm willing to say, had there been no COVID, of course, talk is cheap. We're all talking about intangibles over here. I think Trump would have won in a he probably would have won re-election in a landslide. I do think the fact that his mismanagement has directly led to the deaths of, and now it is easy when I say this number right now for it just to be a number. 230,000 people to have died because of his fundamental mismanagement.
Yeah, and they're saying another 200,000 by January, right?
You call mismanagement. I think you grade him too highly, but the just sheer incompetence and his politicization for his own feeble ego. Not to put too fine a point on it, but Nader, I was going to take a slightly different path. And
sure, go ahead, Stephen.
I think it's not the older voter that's going to make the difference here, and the reason is I do think that there is an element of what we have seen over the last, let's say, 4 months with some of the riots in some of the cities, some of the looting, and there is a segment of the older population that values law and order. And Napoleon said, if you want to understand a man, and I would imply that a woman here as well, if you want to understand a person, look to the world as it was when they were 20. And if you look at the older voter, you're talking about the 50s and 60s, and that is the world that formed their view of how things ought to be. And when they see things like looting and rioting, it scares them. And I think there's a segment of the older population that could actually swing Trump. I think the decisive voter here is going to be the middle-aged white women, blacks and Hispanics. And the interesting thing here is that Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, has really made a play to take us a slice away a piece of the black vote with his prison reform movement. And
prison reform, yeah.
It is something that resonates with with single-issue voters in the black community, especially the young black males. It is something that resonates with them, and there's going to be a segment of the black male population, primarily younger black male population, that's going to vote Trump, as insane as that sounds, and it's going to be a single issue. And so I think what Trump's people, not he himself, have done is really is looked at how can we take a slice away from a voting bloc that historically has just been conceded to Democrats. And so I think it's white middle class women. I think it's young black males, and it's Hispanics. And Hispanics, by the way, not monolithic, because
of course not.
Florida very different from the Mexican in San Antonio or New Mexico or in California or Puerto Rican in the Bronx, right?
That's right. I actually read that it's a very interesting thing because on the one hand, people are talking about Texas becoming more competitive. I think it would be a bridge too far for Biden to take Texas in this election cycle. And one of the working theories behind that calculation was because of the Hispanic vote. But then on the flip side, a lot of people are noticing that a lot of Hispanic Texans are in fact now leaning towards the Republican Party. And so they're trying to go after a new coalition in the state of Texas. You've got George P. Bush, who is, I believe, his mother is Mexican American.
Yes, he's the son of Jeb Bush.
That's right.
The one that his grandfather George H.W. Bush used to call the dark one. The
little brown ones.
The little brown one.
I'm sorry.
I talked about this one suffer many years ago. But yeah, so I mean, George Bush is a clown. The Jorge Bush, whatever his name is, Jeb Bush's son.
George P. Bush.
And what did you say?
George P. Bush. George Peabody Bush.
Yeah, P for putz.
No, Prescott. Sorry, George Prescott Bush. Sorry, named after his great grandfather.
I'm showing my leanings. Anyway, the point was, I think part of it is Hispanics, especially in the South, coming from Mexico, from Central America, strong religious appeal there to the Catholic and the Christian part of the Republican platform. And I think that's what pulls them in.
Yeah, I mean, the one demographic which Trump seems to have improved on over 2016 is with the Latino vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people thought that, well, because of, what's going on at the border, because of his strong anti-immigration, both legal and illegal stance, that he would crater with the Latino vote. And that just absolutely hasn't happened, which is fascinating. And but on the flip side, again, a lot of people say that, you have all of these demographics, and you're absolutely right. Just slicing a few off here and a few off there, especially state by state, makes a massive difference. But I hear a lot of talk about the suburban voters, because the suburban voters generally broke for Trump in 2016, and the hope for Biden is that he can win back some, not all, but enough to, again, like I said, we're talking tiny margins in states such as Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Well, you were you were saying, Zafar, you were saying, you were asking to what extent is this a COVID election? How is, to what degree has COVID, shaped what we're seeing right now? I think we also have to ask to what extent have Black Lives Matter and the anti-racist protests through the summer, like what impact are they having? Stephen, you were talking about the law and order issue. I mean, that I think that concern has been surfaced probably as a direct response to the protests that we've been seeing. The anti-fascists, right? And this concern, which I think that Trump and his supporters have done like really well in trying to in playing up in their.
I mean, most voters, certainly older voters, they see, I don't know, these demonstrations, rioting, protests, whatever you call it. Most people would not be comforted by seeing that. I was actually, Stephen, you were speaking to this earlier when you said that you could defund the police was an unfortunate appellation.
Terrible choice of words, right? Because when I first
I support you 100%, and I have had, sorry to get into like a tiny wedge-based issue over here. The choice of that word is the worst possible word, because if you have to explain a concept to somebody, you've lost the battle.
100% agree with you, Nader. 100% agree. Yeah. The issue should have been like, look, why do we have such tremendous disparity here? Why are the police focusing? Well, part of it is it's completely access to opportunity. The grammar schools, the junior high schools in New York City, at least, in poor Black neighborhoods, don't educate. And that has been historically because there hasn't been enough noise made by parents and voters in those districts. And you can rightly point to vestiges of slavery as to why you may not have cohesive family units and all this in the distinction between other immigrant groups and Blacks. But the problem is that no one's ever addressed it. And now you're seeing manifestations of that, generations of just economic frustration. Well, what do you expect? But the answer isn't defund the police, it's allocate resources to bridge that gap, to bring those schools up to where they should be, and to start making, and maybe you take funding away from some other districts, because these districts and these people and the people in these districts don't have the economic opportunities that those people in those other districts have. So
absolutely. I mean, if you remember correctly, back in the day, I was a high school teacher both in Newark, New Jersey, and the South Bronx. So I'm familiar, with these neighborhoods and the problems they face. And so, these are long-standing issues which certainly do need to be addressed of, inequality, systemic inequality. But I think we all agree that, in the day of the soundbite, defund the police is not likely to win you votes.
It's going to scare off people who genuinely want to reform the police, who want to reallocate resources, who want to retrain them, want to get rid of the worst elements, want to make sure police are no longer doing social work, which is basically 90% of their, not 90%, basically a large part of what they're doing. It is just it is such a poor choice of words. And so many people, so many activists stood by it so steadfastly. I found that difficult to understand completely. I felt like, especially in an election year, especially with so many state legislatures, so many budgets up in the air, this is a time that maybe you don't use a word which makes it seem like you want to do away with police entirely.
Okay, on that note, now there, Shahira, Stephen, we're going to call it quits for this first episode. We'll be back on the hour, every hour, until as long as I can keep going before I drop dead of exhaustion, because it looks like it's going to be a long night in America, a long day for us here in Bangladesh. But hey, I got nothing better to do, right? So this is for better or for worse what I do. Before we sign off, what is the latest? Does anyone have the latest on what the electoral vote count is? Do I have my trusty backroom team who are going to provide that information to me? Let's see.
I'm going to check with my trusty backroom team. My wife was a reporter. Give me a second.
Well, the Guardian is saying Biden 122, Trump 92. That's the
Okay.
That's what we have as well.
And we have it up on the screen.
So,
well
Zafar,
Yeah.
before
Yes,
you leave, I think the things to keep a lookout for, I think maybe Florida's it might be a bridge too far, but Pennsylvania, there's the big thing. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, like we truly, this sounds very callous, we don't need to pay attention to them all. So many, like 150 electoral college votes have been divvied up before we even have this conversation. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio.
122 to 92, but there's really nothing in those numbers that tells us anything useful, as far as I can tell. So that's that's over 200 electoral college votes. Okay, super. Well, thank you for your time. Hopefully, in fact, you are all welcome to join later on. Like I said, we'll be back again on the hour.
I'll be biting my nails.
Okay, on the hour, half an hour from now, and continue.
Okay.
Shahira, Stephen, Nader, thank you. And for those of you tuning in, please do join us again at the top of the hour. There'll be plenty to talk about, and I promise you it'll be worth your while. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Zafar.
Thanks, Zafar.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Zafar, I think we're still live.
We are still live. Okay, hold on. Remove you. Okay, now it's just me. Should I end the broadcast, I wonder? Forrest, hi. I think we're on camera, but you need to adjust your camera a little. We're getting more of you.
Is that better?
Fantastic. That is perfect. Good. Super. Welcome back to the Dhaka Tribune's U.S. election 2020 analysis. This is we're doing this at the top of the hour, every hour, for about a half hour with a rolling cast of commentators and guests. Right now, it's 9 a.m. Dhaka time. I'm joined by Forrest Cookson, well known to those of you who read the Dhaka Tribune as his insightful analysis, his Grey Star pages many a time. He's perhaps more known in Bangladesh as an economist and political scientist who's been involved with the country for many decades and is always written and spoken very insightfully about the economic situation. However, as we have learned over the last few months, Mr. Cookson is also a political analyst of his home country, which is the United States, of no mean repute. He has been writing very well and frequently for us at the Dhaka Tribune. And so welcome to the show, Forrest.
Thank you, Zafar.
Okay. Now, one thing, you could just adjust the camera a little bit because, let's see, if you move it back a little, because so then we can, that's good. I think that's good. Very good. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. 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 Great.
Okay.
Now, so yeah, great to have you on the show. The early results are in. It's obviously too early to make any wide sweeping predictions. The one thing I will say is those of us who are hoping for or anticipating or suspecting that there could be some kind of a landslide, that does not seem to be the case.
I agree. That does not seem to be the case. The three states that one was looking at, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as I understand it, Florida looks like it's going to Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
And Georgia looks like it's going to Mr. Trump. And North Carolina on the edge.
Okay. We're just joined now by Amanda Ripley. I'm going to add her to the stream. Hi, Amanda. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Zafar. Thank you for having me.
Yes, so Amanda, let me introduce you to my audience. Well, how should I introduce you? Should I call you a American journalist, or should I also talk about your specific role in this election? Why don't you introduce yourself, actually?
Okay. Yeah, I write op-eds for the Washington Post, and I write longer stories for the Atlantic. And I don't really cover politics per se, but I write a lot about political polarization and conflict.
Okay, and we'll come to that. The other gentleman who you see on the screen is Forrest Cookson. He's a Dhaka-based, but political scientist, economist, and political analyst. And so we are just talking a little bit about what the early results presage. And I will get to you in a second, Amanda, because I do want to talk a little bit about polarization and what we can expect to see, what we are seeing, if anything, on the streets right now in America, and what we may see in the next few hours. But first, Forrest, to your point,
Hi, Amanda. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Forrest.
Good. Now, you're talking about states like Georgia and North Carolina. I mean, I think Georgia, for instance, will most likely end up in President Trump's column. But I think what's important to see, and also perhaps a state like Ohio, is to see the margins and see whether Biden appears to be running stronger than Hillary Clinton was running 4 years ago. But I think certainly it seems to be the case in Ohio. It's tricky. It's very difficult to gauge because of the early voting and the mail-in voting. And of course, each state has its own rules about when these votes are counted, meaning that, you know, what we're seeing on the screen is fairly confusing and inconsistent. But Forrest, what are you seeing in any of the early patterns, at least? Is this what you expected to see? Are there surprises? And what do you think, if anything, we can glean at this stage in the proceedings?
I don't think there are any big surprises yet. I mean,
yeah.
of the as best I'm aware, there's no state that was that has done anything unexpected yet. But there are.
Right, it's a kind of a holding serve, if you can use a tennis analogy. And I mean, this is it, how it works. At least 40 of the states you can really call with your eyes closed. It really only boils down to about 10 states. And, you know, some people might say it's more like 5 or 6, but, you know, generously speaking, it's 10 states. I mean, there's certain things, for instance, in 2008 and 2012, Barack Obama won Indiana. But of course, you know, that in fact presaged how well he was going to do nationwide. It's very unusual for a Democrat to win Indiana. Neither had they won it in the 2 elections previously or the 1 election afterwards. So that's not happened. President Trump has taken Indiana, and I think that is not unusual, but it certainly shows us that we're not going to see a landslide. It certainly suggests this. Florida is the same way. It looks right now as though that's going to end up in the Trump column. Now, truthfully, of course, Biden does not need to win Florida to win the election, and Trump does. Nevertheless, it is something of a canary in a coal mine in that had he won, that would have shown us, suggested that the election was on a certain course. Now that he's not likely to win, it suggests that it's going to be fairly tight. Amanda, if I could bring you in, one of the things which many people were hoping for is that there would be a resounding victory for either side, either Biden or Trump, in that if there's a resounding victory on one side or the other, then at least there'd be less chance of people questioning the result. There'd be less issues about the legitimacy, legal and otherwise, and also, you know, less chance perhaps of post-election violence, which is something which we had discussed in a seminar you and I had done some time ago. Now, of course, it certainly seems as though from the early results that there's going to be another squeaker. It's going to go down to the wire, certainly as far as the Electoral College votes are concerned. What are the implications for that, and how do you see the day playing out on the ground?
Well, the good news is that there has not been widespread disinformation or voter suppression or intimidation today, as many people had feared. There also has not been, you know, any significant violence that we know of. I didn't really expect violence today, right? Just looking at our own history and other countries' histories around political violence, it usually seems to be before and after an election. So we know in 2016, most of the violence that did take place in the United States was in the 2 weeks after the election. So that's really the time, the kind of red zone, I think, for the United States is in the next 2 weeks. And like you said, because it will be close, because President Trump will certainly dispute the results. I think that's fair. We know this person by now, and he's not actually that unpredictable. So I think that the next couple of weeks should be very tense.
Okay. But so far, the good news, such as it is that on the ground, I mean, it's, you know, it's the polls are closing just about everywhere. I think they'll close out west in a few hours. They've closed almost everywhere in the East and the Midwest, if I'm not wrong.
Right. And we had record turnout of early voting. Yeah. You know, we had 99 million people vote early, which is fantastic. We've never had as many people vote in this country as we should in recent memory. So that is exciting to see. And we also had the process work today and in recent weeks relatively well, given that it's a crazy quilt mashup of state and local control, that it's not a coherent situation. And given the pandemic and all of that, I mean, I think there were some robocalls that went out that were reported to authorities in swing states, in particular in Michigan, telling people to stay home in order to protect their health, telling people that if there was a mix-up in the machines, and if they wanted to vote for Biden, they should vote for Trump. So these kinds of shenanigans, you know. But it seems like it was relatively contained. I mean, we'll know more later, but authorities were able to kind of respond to that pretty quickly and try to tamp it down. You know, this country, because we are so polarized, we are extremely vulnerable to disinformation, here and abroad, right? So we're very vulnerable. We're just sitting ducks. We have a lot of social fissures that are easy to exploit, as you know. So it could have been worse, is what I would say about today.
No, that's good. I'll take it. I'm just going to add our next guest who's just come online, Stephen Diamond. I'm just adding him to the screen. Stephen, welcome back. You were with us an hour ago. It's good to see you again. You performed so well, I decided I just had to have you again.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, Suffer, but thank you for having me back.
Absolutely. Let me introduce you. We have Amanda Ripley and Forrest Cookson. This is Stephen Diamond. He is a lawyer and columnist from New York.
It's nice to be here. It's great to be here. It's great to be back here. Thank you, Suffer.
And like I said, unfortunately, one thing I'm trying to rectify in later on in the day is I feel as though the East Coast, New York City in particular, is rather overrepresented in my guest list, but that perhaps betrays something of my own personal biases and prejudices. I'm valiantly trying to do something about it. I've reached out to a Bangladeshi journalist who's based in Colorado, so maybe he will join us later on. And I've been rebuffed by another Bangladeshi journalist who's based out of Kansas, but he did write a piece in the newspaper, which
it would be great to get the Bangladeshi journalist in Colorado, because we just found out that Hickenlooper took
I saw that. I saw that. That's right. They flipped the Senate seat in Colorado, so that's very interesting. Yeah. Now, speaking to Amanda's point, now of course, sort of violence and a downright shenanigans, robocalls telling people to vote separately. Those are the sort of the extreme ends of what we were feared we would see, and it's good that we haven't seen those. What about at a lower level? How has voting been? Has it been easy to vote? Have there been long lines? Have there been people turned away because the lines were too long and they closed the voting centers? Have we heard any reports of anything such as that?
So one of the diabolical things, right, about the United States, which keeps coming up in this conversation, I think, is the variance from place to place. And we know that on average, American voters wait about 11 minutes to vote in major elections. That's just historically, right? But there's a lot of variance. Black and Hispanic voters wait a little longer, not wildly longer on average, but a minute or two longer. But then you see places like Georgia where people are waiting 45 minutes, right? And then you see places like Vermont where people are waiting something like 40 seconds. Yeah. So there's huge variance from place to place, which makes it difficult to generalize. We did see very long lines in early voting again in Georgia, to the extent that you just have to acknowledge that it's on purpose, right? I mean, just Georgia has had such a long history of long, ridiculous waits for voting that it's just, it's not a coincidence that it keeps happening there. There's been efforts to make it easier to vote, and those efforts get blocked. So that's one extreme, right? But I think on average, and please jump in if anyone has heard differently, what I have seen is that on average, things have been relatively smooth.
So, I mean, put it this way, no worse than what we might have seen in 2016 or an earlier election. So that's, so is that's something, so it's never been perfect, but if it's no worse than it's been in the past, I take that as a modest success.
I would add, Zafar, I think that early voting has been really helpful in this regard. And again, I will speak from my position in New York City. I voted, it took me 15 minutes, below average, according to Amanda. But it was about 15 minutes. I voted in Madison Square Garden, which is not too far from where I live. And it was a really great experience. And, I didn't have to worry about or stress out about voting on election day. And I do think that having early voting really does encourage voter turnout, because, you're betting on people being able to come out on this one day, and that just doesn't reflect the kind of lives we live. So I think that early voting really can be a game changer in terms of harnessing a greater number of the voters. Again, recognizing I'm seeing that from New York City, which is a bit of a special case. But Amanda, I am curious to hear your thoughts on how you think early voting has impacted the voting rates in other states that have traditionally seen efforts by Republicans and by the right and by the legislatures to suppress voter turnout.
Yeah, I know here in Washington, D.C., I voted early as well, and it was lovely. I felt like it was the first time I truly knew
that nobody else was
doing. I wasn't like in line scrolling through my phone, desperately trying to figure out how to vote on some like obscure proposition. I was doing that at home. So, and then there were drop boxes all over. It doesn't matter that much because D.C. always goes to the Democrats by an insane margin. I mean, there's I think last time 6% of DC residents voted for Trump. Yeah. So it is one of the most leftist, homogenous, politically speaking, districts in the country, even more than Manhattan, interestingly.
Manhattan is the Upper West Side, so let's be clear.
Right. I'm not talking Brooklyn.
But there are a lot of backers in Manhattan, yeah.
So I think you're right. And I think it will be something that probably continues. I mean, Oregon, Utah, there are states that have been doing this for decades without incident, entirely mail-in voting. So the fact that it has been politicized this year by the president is, I think we have yet to really understand the ramifications of that and how that will affect the turnout all over the country.
I had a guest earlier on who suggested that, in fact, it may backfire on the president in that, if he is speaking out against it, that depresses people likely to vote for him. And, and actually, then the only other alternative would be for them to come out on election day. And as Stephen had mentioned, for various reasons, they may not, or they may be less inclined to do so. Forrest, let me bring you in here. Did you manage to vote? I'm not going to ask you who you voted for.
Yeah, I voted some time ago. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And, 3 people here all early voted. None of us voted today.
Yeah. Well, Forrest is in Bangladesh, so he had little option in the matter.
So he has a reason, an excuse. But.
No, but it is. You're right. It is significant that that both of you decided to take the early voting option, and but perhaps COVID had something to do with that. But maybe, as you said, this is kind of the wave of the future. But Forrest, bringing you in again, what are your thoughts in terms of the early returns we're seeing into like I said, the state of Florida?
But I'm not sure yet. I mean, to some extent, if you think of it, there are a certain number of people that are going to vote, and they may redistribute when they vote. Whether there's an impact on the total participation in the election, I don't think we know that yet, and it'll take some time before that kind of data is available. I think I've seen some pre-election estimates of how many people might vote, of the order of 150 million. I'm not sure whether we're going above.
Now we're hearing 65%, which would be huge for America.
Yeah, almost unprecedented.
I mean, we shall see. I mean, it's hard to tell how much is this people just changing the time that they vote as opposed to more people deciding to vote. I'm rather skeptical that there'll be much change in the number of people that choose to vote.
Yeah, but Forrest, I wanted to come back. You wrote a piece in Dhaka Tribune recently where you really said that this is essentially Biden's election to lose, and you seemed very confident in your predictions of a comfortable Biden victory. Do you still hold to that? Do you see anything in the early results we're getting to dissuade you from your earlier view, or do you think that when everything shakes out, it'll still turn out that way?
Well, my prediction, not an uncommon prediction, based on the polling results, was something like 340 votes for Biden.
Electoral college.
That's probably going to be a little less than that, but I mean, Biden starts with something like 212 votes that he is sure to get.
Sure.
So
yeah, about right. Yeah.
and since I think he will probably do pretty well in the central northern states and Pennsylvania, that I expect will add 50, and so we're almost at 270. So, I mean, one expects there'll be a couple states that will go for Biden. Not as many as I think the poll suggested would go for Biden.
But, I mean, the interesting thing is, if I could just come in, if you look at the electoral map of 2016, there are a lot of states which Trump really needs to win. Okay, he obviously won Michigan, Pennsylvania last time, but he in Florida, and these are kind of must-win states for him. But there's also North Carolina. He won Arizona, which I wouldn't know if that's a must-win state, but that's an interesting one to see because I believe the Southwest has been trending further Democrat in the last few years. So it may be in play this time. Stephen, you were going to say something?
Yeah, no, I was going to say Arizona is very much an important state. Nevada is an important state. The interesting thing about North Carolina is that I think the last time I looked, it was a toss-up. I think it was 49.4, even split between the candidates. But North Carolina is important only to the extent that Biden wins Virginia. The assumption is that he wins Virginia. And right now, again, where we are, and it's early, shows Trump winning Virginia. So, it's great if Biden wins North Carolina, but he has to win Virginia as well. The assumption is that he wins Virginia. The interesting thing is
Virginia has 13 electoral votes. Now, the interesting thing about Virginia, and this is concerning, is two things. One, yeah, he's leading. I mean, one is that Hillary Clinton won Virginia 4 years ago. And two, the polls prior to the election had Biden leading Virginia by 10. It seemed very clearly in the Biden column. So if he's going to lose Virginia, that suggests, all kinds of sort of knock-on effects in terms of the polling. So it would be a big deal. Above and beyond the 13 electoral votes, which he actually needs. And I think you're right. Virginia is 13, and North Carolina is 15, so it's almost a wash.
Yeah.
But
again, North Carolina matters if Biden takes Virginia, and the assumption was that he would.
I mean, Virginia has already been declared for Biden.
Well, you are ahead of the game from us, Forrest. I'm sitting behind. I'm sitting in front of my computer screen. So, but I have it right there. He's won Virginia. Okay, well that's good to know.
Okay. Last time I looked,
so this. Yeah, this one makes me a little nervous. So the AP called the race at 7:31 p.m. based on early returns. But I mean, if you just look at the returns right now, it's not so clear. So I'm not sure why they did that so early. It's a little surprising to me.
You can't tell margins, you see, and this is the thing. Because of the large mail-in vote in some states, some of them they've started counting even 2 weeks before, but some they start counting on election day. So even if you can call a state for a certain candidate with a certain degree of accuracy, and maybe even that accuracy is not so great, you can't call the margin, so we can't really sort of tell the difference between the polling and the final thing. So even if, I would say if Biden was tipped to win Virginia by 10 by the polls, then it would be, if you were not to win it, it would be a big deal. But if you were to win it, let's say only by 5 or 4 or 3 points, that's also significant and good news for President Trump.
100%.
Yeah.
And I think an element of this is, and again, Virginia, I went to law school down there. William & Mary in Williamsburg, not UVA, but the point, there's a strong current of law and order running through Virginia. And we've talked about this before, Zafar. I do think that it's a really big deciding vote for issue for older voters. There's a lot of retirees, military retirees in Virginia. And I think they might
What's the African-American share of Virginia? Is it a large share of the population? I know in North Carolina, for instance, it's largely, African-Americans largely vote for, you have two areas in North Carolina. You have the Research Triangle, which has a lot of Democratic votes, but you also have the African American community. What about Virginia?
So in Virginia, you have Fairfax County, you have Arlington, you have sort of what's called Nova, Northern Virginia. That tends to vote Democrat and liberal. And Amanda, please correct me if I say anything that you disagree with. I think Western Virginia is solidly red. I think the area around Richmond is solidly red. Richmond itself is blue. And then in the southern part of certain southern parts of Virginia, the Tidewater area, southeast, I think those tend to vote blue, again, along demographics of African-American voters.
Yeah, so Virginia is 20% African-American, I believe. That's an important Democratic constituency, but still a minority. I just think in this particular year to call Virginia when Biden is behind in the vote count and there's only 54% of votes have been reported. I don't know, it just makes me uneasy. Like I'm not sure why.
It's aggressive.
If I'm looking at that as a conservative, that like rings all my bells, right? Of paranoia and
I agree.
The media's out to get me, and I'm sure Trump is having these same feelings. So that's frustrating, but I don't know the backstory, but that is not
like just looking at it. You mentioned AP. I mean, I think, for instance, I've got CNN right over my shoulder. So they're being much more conservative. They've got 89 votes for electoral votes for Biden, 72 for Trump. Whereas, others are saying it's 131 to 98. So I think, and I think probably the more conservative estimates are the ones to go for.
But
one question, actually, which I don't know all three of you can answer, especially going to the law and order issue, okay? One of the really strong constituencies for the Democrats, historically election-wise, is older African-American voters, okay? Now, where do older African-American voters stand on issues such as Black Lives Matter? Do they look at it in terms of racial equity, or do they look at it in terms of law and order? Is it, because that's kind of an interesting, it could break either way. Does anyone have any information on either of those?
Not me.
I do a little bit.
Okay, sure, Stephen, go ahead.
Totally. I mean, if you follow, there's a pretty meaningful African American magazine called The Root online. You can follow it. They have very good articles and they have very good writers. And if you read that, they actually bifurcate the African American vote between those who are older and those who are younger, but they don't break it the way that you do necessarily. They break it between, older African Americans tend to vote Democrat because of what the Democratic Party has represented and what it's meant for them, which is the only party that spoke up for them. And so they would just vote Democrat because that's what you do. The younger generation seems to, if you read like Michael Harriot and others, will tell you that you've got to earn it from us. And so I think it's more of a generational. You're right. I 100% agree with you. There's a generational distinction there. I'm not sure that it's necessarily on law and order as so much as it is on what have you done for me.
Sure.
And
I think that's what the perspective is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think historically, African Americans are quite socially conservative. Many African Americans, especially older African Americans, and have been quite supportive of law and order. But to Stephen's point, the sort of history of the Democratic Party and the especially now the overt racism of some in the Republican Party sort of swamped that, right? So what we've seen recently in September, support for Black Lives Matter as a movement has declined a bit from the whole country. So it's something like 55% of American adults now express some support for the movement, down from 67% in June. But the support has stayed very strong among African American adults. I don't have the breakdown, but I think Stephen makes a good point about that. I don't have the breakdown by age, but overall, 87% of Black Americans say they support Black Lives Matter as a movement. So that's very similar to where it was in June.
Even among older African American voters, it wouldn't be a turnoff. And of course, as you mentioned, they are historically very loyal Democratic Party voters.
Yeah, probably they're not confusing the Black Lives Matter with violence the way some white conservatives are, because Trump has conflated this, right? So I think probably because they've been aware of Black Lives Matter for many years, like relatively more years, and don't conflate it with the small amount of violence we've seen at protests. They're not seeing them as the same thing.
I think there's another element on top of that, and Amanda's 100% right, and she actually. I think, Amanda, your answer on the conservatism of older Black voters is 100% right, and I should have given it more credence. I think there's another element layered on top of this offer, which is that the Republicans have managed, I think, successfully to brand socialism and what some will call Marxism, Bolshevism onto. They've managed to slap that onto the BLM movement. And I think that that's something that a lot of white conservatives are just going to recoil against, and they're going to, despite that, and Antifa hasn't had any plans to kidnap and kill a governor of a major state of the United States, and the right. Yeah, there's still this great fear of Antifa, communism, socialism, Bolshevism, and that the right has very successfully layered that on. And again, we talked about this before. I mentioned in our last broadcast that Napoleon said, if you want to understand a person, look at the world as it was when they were 20. And when older voters, white conservatives, were 20, it was 1960, and there was this Cold War. And I think when you bring back these images, and one of the reasons why MAGA, Make America Great Again, has been so successful is he has brought this element of nostalgia and really tapped into this frustration of a lot of white conservative voters, and that is what.
So let's bring Forrest into this discussion. So, what do you think of what you're hearing from Stephen and Amanda in terms of what motivates Trump voters, and what are the racial dynamics which are really at play in this election? You have African American voters, the Latino voters are much more important, and interestingly enough, of course. The latest indications are that Trump may well do better with Latino voters than he has done in the past, and that typically Republicans have done in the past. And of course, then you have the issues of how white voters, especially maybe white working class, white middle class voters, would be voting in this election compared to perhaps how they were voting in 2016. How do you see those issues as playing out in this election, Forrest?
Well, I mean, in terms of of Black Americans, they quite obviously, as we all know, have been tremendously disadvantaged in the society. And the truth is, nobody's really serious about doing anything about that. The disparity in wealth and in income, education levels, access to medical care, it's hardly changed in the last 40 years. I mean, the white elites are just talking and are really not prepared to do anything. It's not necessarily easy to do it, but the few things we know that might work, there's not a lot of money put into it. Probably the only thing that will really help Black people to come to an economic level equivalent to the whites is a 25 to 40-year program of early childhood education. It's the only thing that's actually been demonstrated to work. Nothing else works. We have all wonderful programs, but the benefit cost analysis say they don't work. Only the early childhood works. And there are not a lot of resources going into that. Some, but not a lot. Where you change a person is from age 0 to 4, not in high school, not even in primary school. Unless the United States is ready to change its resource allocation significantly, then things aren't going to change. So, of course, Black Americans have have raged against the situation they're in, but also to a certain extent, they've accepted it. This is the world that they live in. Particularly the older, and I believe women, are much more realistic about what you can do. I mean, you're not going to change the world. You're not going to make things different very soon. You can only chip away at the small problems that are around you. As far as the Latinos go, I don't know much about this, except I have two ideas. One is obvious, and that is the Latinos are not a homogeneous group. And there's a lot of pride and desire to be different. And the other is,
very fair to say, yeah.
And I think the other thing is that I've come to believe is that the Latinos, to a certain extent, resent being lumped in with the blacks, and that they are backing away from this, and to the approach of the Democrats has sort of been to, lump them together. These are minorities, and they should all be helping us. But there's a lot of racism in the world, and there's plenty of racism between Latinos and American blacks. For one thing, at one level, they're competing for such resources that are available. And for another thing, just pure racism is there. I mean, if you look in societies like Cuba or Brazil, Honduras, the three places in Latin America that I know a little bit about, you see tremendous racism within the society. I mean, the Brazilians pretend to not have a racial society, but that does not at all reflect what goes on there.
Let's take the conversation. We've talked about African American, black voters, we've talked about Latinos, but let's talk about white voters. And you all three of you have mentioned the underlying conditions which would spur a movement like Black Lives Matter. We've talked about how there's a lot of systemic inequality. Well, talk a little bit about the working class white voters who really went for Trump in 2016. What are what encouraged them to go for Trump in 2016, and who do you think they're going to vote for in 2020 based on the record of the last 4 years? Has Trump actually delivered on his promises to the Rust Belt, on his promises to working class American voters from that area, which was essentially, in large part what swept him into the White House 4 years ago, and that was his rhetoric.
Yeah, in terms of bringing back the manufacturing sector, I don't think he's achieved anything. The performance of the American economy was very strong up to last year, and as the labor markets became tighter, then lower income households began to find their compensation going up. So 2019 was probably a pretty good year for many of these people. Most of us, I think, have read this great book, Deaths of Despair. And if not, I recommend it. And this book tells a story of what has happened to below university educated people in the United States, in particular the whites, and the combination of drug abuse, of alcoholism, of sort of giving up on life. And the United States is a tough place. If you're not well educated, you're not in particularly good shape. We're not very helpful to people, and you take solace in drugs, alcohol, and you don't have a medical care system that really provides help for you unless you are wealthy. So the working class whites, I think, have not been particularly helped. The problems are so deep and so systemic. Mr. Trump is not going to change them. Nobody's going to change them very rapidly. So, I mean, drug abuse is a pervasive problem in American society. Well, in probably most societies, but the one we're talking about, it's extremely prevalent. And
okay, Stephen, do you want to come in there?
Yeah, I would pick up on what Forrest is saying. Look, if you're a white working class white, you're mad as hell. You're mad as hell because for the last 30 years, both parties have failed you. If you are a union worker, you voted Democrat because that's what your union told you to do. They said that the Democratic Party would protect your jobs. If you're a Republican and you voted for trickle-down economics, you voted because you were told that tax cuts for the rich would trickle down and rising tide would raise all boats. The reality is that both have been a lie. And some of these are for good reasons and bad reasons. Bill Clinton, when he signed NAFTA, when he promoted globalism, did a very good thing, right? Because you want to make production efficient, it lowers costs for consumers. But the one thing he didn't count on was the massive loss of jobs that would go to overseas. And he didn't have.
I remember Ross. That was the first election I was aware of. I remember Ross Perot. He wrote about this back, and he said there's going to be a giant sucking sound of jobs going to Mexico, and he was poo-pooed by the Washington establishment.
He was half right. They went to China. But the point is, right? But
I don't think, though, that this is the real issue. Excuse me for the globalization was certainly a good thing for the United States. The trade economists have always recognized that many people are going to lose their job, that industries are shifting around. The question is, what are you going to do about that?
Exactly, Forrest. And what we don't have is a national labor policy.
And we didn't really try to do anything.
Correct.
We put peanuts on a problem that was probably the biggest problem the United States faced.
100% agree. And 100% agree.
It's not easy how to retrain people, but you need to spend billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to do this. And basically, this was a sort of small operation shoved off in some peculiar parts of the American government. And so the other part of globalization, we ducked. We wouldn't do. We didn't have the resources, or nobody cared enough. But I mean, the markers were always there that you have to do this if you're going to. If you're going to
move to bring you in at this thing, because you write a lot about polarization, okay, and that's essentially one of your major beats. So how do you sort of see this playing out in this election? And then actually let's be honest, this is not just a question of this one election. A lot of these problems we're talking about predate. It's not as though all of the problems of America started 4 years ago. Where do you see things moving in the future to really try and address these issues on a long-term basis? And do you see polarization and divisiveness coming down in the coming years? Or do you actually think that America is, on an increasing path in that direction?
So I think that all the issues that Forrest and Stephen raised helped get us here, and now that we're here, at this level of high conflict, it's no longer about issues. It's about emotion. It's about identity. It's much more like a religion. And you wouldn't try to convert someone to leave their religion by pointing out that it's not good for them and it's not serving their pocketbook issues. That wouldn't work, right? And so. Right. And that's what we see with Trump and his incredible resilience in the polls, and particularly among white men. And so I think for the conservatives that I've spent time with and interviewed, I see no change. I mean, that's not a statistical sample, but they're very gung-ho about Donald Trump, and they wanted someone to go in and break things, and that is what he has done. right? So they have extreme distrust of the establishment, of mainstream media, and they wanted someone to go in and just blow it up. And so that's what he's done. And, you know, he makes the left crazy, which, you know, kind of validates a lot of their... Yeah. So unfortunately, you get into this self-perpetuating cycle of polarization where, so no, I don't think it's going to get better. I think if Trump wins, it's going to get much, much worse. If Biden wins, I think, you know, it kind of puts the brakes on it a little, but those problems are going to take a long time. But with Trump, I mean, you can't recover when you've got someone who's that kind of emotionally needy in charge, and has no boundaries and no kind of constraints, sort of emotionally. And so it's very hard it's like being in an abusive relationship, right? Like you just can't really improve that much.
Okay, on that note, we're going to call it quits for this segment of the show. We've actually gone 15 minutes overtime, which I think is a testament to the richness of the discussion. Thank you, the three of you, Amanda, Stephen, Forrest. I've enjoyed this. And, you know, for those of you who are tuning in, please do come back. We'll be back again at the top of the hour, back again every hour, as I said, as long as, you know, exhaustion doesn't set in with me, because I think, you know, we are in for a long night for those of you in America, and we're in for a long day for those of you in Bangladesh and the rest of the world, because it doesn't seem as though this is going to be sorted out anytime soon. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it seems unlikely we will see a winner declared tonight. So thank you for tuning in. Catch you again in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Yep. Super.
55% of the vote.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. This is Zafar Subhan hosting the Dhaka Tribune U.S. election 2020 discussion. This is a rolling discussion. We started at 8 in the morning, and we're on at the top of every hour. I'm joined this hour by Forrest Cookson, well known to you who read the Dhaka Tribune, American political scientist, economist, and now political analyst, and Nadir Rahman, who was with us earlier. In fact, both of them were with us earlier. Nadir is from Dhaka Tribune's New York bureau. Great to have you guys both back. Nadir, let me start with you. Where do things stand now? How have things changed since we spoke last?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say your electoral college tally right now is I think it's a little bit ahead of the game. Over here, a lot of people, I've been flipping around through the channels, Fox, MSNBC, and CNN. They're all being slightly more cautious, which is even surprising to see from Fox.
No, actually, we've been having that discussion internally, and we even mentioned it in the last session, is that how, different people are calling it differently, and maybe I think we've readjusted. We're down to 118 to 105, which I think is more realistic. I've got CNN over my shoulder, which actually has it at 192 to 108. But again,
exactly, yeah, I'd be very surprised at that. That being said, I think the biggest news in the last hour and a half since I've been on is Pennsylvania as it currently stands. And when you look back at this conversation, maybe even 12 hours from now, it'll sound very foolish. As it currently stands, Pennsylvania seems to be quite strongly going for Donald Trump again. And Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, without these three, there is no path to the presidency. There's no path to 270 electoral college votes for Joe Biden. So this is actually quite surprising, because the polling had, for the longest time, for up to about 6 weeks, polling had Joe Biden up by about 4 or 5 points in Pennsylvania.
I got him up by 5 at the polling.
By 5, exactly. And at least as of right now, with 37% of the vote in, Donald Trump has taken, forget the percentage points, in terms of overall votes, quite a substantial lead. And I think for any Democratic, I think for the Democrats, this is a moment to stop and pause and to wonder exactly what this means. But like I said, very early on in the game, so far what I heard from CNN was only 17% of the votes that had come in had been mail-in or early voting, and they expect that to be essentially they expect that number to go up to 55%. So there's a huge.
So perhaps too early to tell.
Too early to tell, but a significant lead nonetheless at this very moment for Donald Trump, and it's surprising, honestly.
But we always expected the Pennsylvania, Michigan, and
so, Forrest, if I could have you
Wisconsin.
sit back a little and or move your camera away so we can get the whole of your face, that would be great. That's a bit better. Yeah, good. So carry on. Sorry.
I mean, I think we always expected this at the early stages, a strong Trump performance, and then eroded away by the so-called blue wave as the counting began. Now, hard to say, Nader, what you're suggesting is right. I mean, I certainly don't know, but it's not unexpected what is transpiring here. I think the most negative signal for Biden is that he was completely unsuccessful in the South, and whatever he had hopes for, North Carolina in particular, seems to be slipping away.
Exactly. And but I think at the other end of that, I think an interesting thing for him, at least what looks to be like the early polling from Arizona, first of all, Mark Kelly has won his officially, I think they've called it, his Senate seat over there. So that's a hugely important move for him as well. But I think you're right. I think a lot of Democratic strategists, a lot of polling had pointed to a certain strength in the South, which I feel at this early moment, and of course we have to, before we talk about anything, we really have to talk about how early this is. The early signs show the strength that the polling showed before. And this happens all the time. Mail-in votes will come in later, Pennsylvania, Georgia, although Georgia now it seems to be increasingly a kind of a gap seems to be opening up over there. Maybe Georgia's just out of reach again this time. But I still think that his plan for the southern states, including Florida, which, by the way, I have somebody in my house right now who is from Florida, and I ask him the quintessential question, is Florida considered the South? He tells me no. So he says there's the South, and then you add Florida. Florida is its own beast, to which I, in one sense, agree.
Exactly.
But I think specifically the South and Florida, these ones would have been great pickups for him. But at the end of the day, the name of the game is 270. It's not to win by 350. It's not to win by a huge amount. It's the first person to get to 270. I think it's disappointing. And I think it might show a kind of a trend where actually his poll numbers weren't as strong as we thought they were. But the big three, like I said, it's going to be like a broken machine right now. The big three are still going to be Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And Michigan, I think a lot of the rural counties have their results have come in. Of course, all kind of going what do you call it?
Trump's way.
But the major cities, zero reporting from there just as well. So I think that there could be a big swing over there.
Okay. What do you think? As far as the Midwest is where this election is going to be decided?
It looks that way, yes. I mean, there are, including Pennsylvania, which is not exactly the Midwest, but there are 55 seats, votes there.
Yeah.
And Biden starts off with something like 213. Where are my notes? 212. Once you add in California and Oregon and
yeah, that's just, you can just bank 212 electoral college votes depending on which ones you count. Sounds about right. Yeah.
And so I mean, it becomes very close, much closer than we thought it would be, according to the polling.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a very interesting question why the polling, once again, seems to have not accurately picked up what the real situation is. It's a little premature to reach that conclusion. But
of course. And at least I'd like to speak to like one person who's honestly like the ones like Nate Silver is the name that everybody looks to, at least for polling in the United States. And Nate Silver came out with a very odd post late last night where the headline of the post was, "I just want to remind you that Donald Trump can still win." I think, first of all, I think he's covering his bases. I think he catastrophically got it wrong 4 years ago, but 8 years before that, he picked every single state correctly for Obama's first term. I remember when his book came out, The Signal and the Noise, I remember reading it and thinking, his book, for a book that should have been basically about statistics and modeling, it was actually very short. And I'm not a professional statistician, but specifically in his book, The Signal and the Noise, he seemed to say that where he built his polls from the ground up, takes in just as much qualitative as it does quantitative data. I actually wonder, and like he always says, what he puts up on his website 538, which is in one sense, whether people like to admit it or not, the most comprehensive guide that people go to in the United States in terms of polling. He always puts it at, he never says that somebody is leading. At the end of the day, he comes to somebody is favored to win, which essentially
brings you a percentage. And he says,
exactly.
Even if Donald Trump has a 30% chance of winning, well, that doesn't mean he's going to lose. It can mean he can win 30% of the time.
Exactly. And I also feel like so many people who were basically embarrassed so poorly last time by the lack of polling. This time, while the polling might not be as accurate, people have gone out of their way to say a poll is a snapshot in a moment in time. This isn't really guaranteeing much. I'm not saying the polls will fail us this time, but I felt
like... Let me bring you in on this. You're a pollster. I mean, it's one of the things you actually do. Yeah. You have run countless polls.
The issue is an interesting one. At least one idea about the polls in the United States is interesting. It's particularly interesting because it's very relevant in Bangladesh. And there is this poll done by this Trafalgar group or company,
right,
and which got 2016 correctly. And the point that they make, or they made in 2016, and I think they're still making, is that people don't tell the truth. And
sure.
when you actually never can adjust for that in the polls, because you have no way to make a correction for how many people are telling you the opposite of what they.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is. I mean, in the polling that I work on in Bangladesh, this is a continuous problem, and it's what led us to do this this secret ballot rather than ask the respondent to tell us who he's going to vote for. We let him actually put the enumerator carries a small box of and people put their vote in there. We try to give them some sense that they're protected. They can say whatever they put in there, we won't know, and nobody else can find out. So, I mean, that's the extreme that we've gone to try to overcome everyone's doubt here about whether people are telling the truth. Whether that corrects for it or not, I'm not sure. We think it does, but not perfectly. The Trafalgar group tries to correct for this by asking some other questions. The one question that they've discussed publicly is asking the person what their neighbors were how the neighbors were going to vote. And the idea was that the probability is that you're going to vote by someone who you would identify as your neighbor, and you might tell the truth about him, even though you may not tell the truth about yourself. Whether that's a valid argument, I don't know. I mean, most of the big-time pollers in the United States have sort of brushed off the Trafalgar group, but you know, they got 2016 right. And,
yeah.
I mean, one of the things is we had a very good piece by Shams Ishtiyaq in the Dhaka Tribune, came out yesterday or day before, where he said, well, you know, the 2016 polls were not as wrong as people made them out to be. So, for instance, the national level polls correctly called the number, and he said what really happened at the state level is that, you know, you can't glean people's information about how they're going to vote before they have decided how to vote. And with even 2 or 3 days before an election, there is a certain number of undecided voters. And what happened in 2016 was almost uniformly those who were undecided going into election day broke for Trump. Hillary Clinton got very few of the late deciding voters. And that's really why it wasn't picked up by the polls. So, you know, and the notion that the polls got it, you know, cataclysmically wrong, he questions that. And he said, this really kind of accounts for this. And, you know, there are other ways of accounting for it as well. I mean, one of the issues which we've talked about earlier is that, you know, there's massive amounts, like I believe in Philadelphia in 2016, some 60,000 votes were disqualified. And a lot of this is to do with the fact that voting machines in the inner cities, where you have a lot of African-American voters and you have a lot of other voters who generally trend Democratic, they're using old, broken, out-of-date voting machines, which don't work as well. And so, you know, a lot of votes are disqualified or not read, which should otherwise be read. And again, if you factor that in, the polls were not that far off. So again, let's wait and see, because I think what's really confusing the issue is the early voting and the mail-in voting. And, you know, it's very hard to parse out the numbers we're seeing right now in the 2020 election. I mean, I compared to what the polling data was. I mean, some things I think, you know, do sort of might stand out let's see, I'm just looking at my list here. You know, if you have the polling said Virginia and Colorado, for instance, were both trending towards Biden by 10.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would be surprised if when the dust settles, you know, that is a correct number. I mean, I expect him to win Colorado. I expect him to win Virginia. I mean, though that seems very close now.
Yeah.
So it's a big call.
And I do think, Forrest, you brought up a kind of brilliant point. It's kind of a brilliant and a very basic point, which I think moving into the 3rd of November over here in the United States, moving into Election Day, I think there was a lot of momentum in a lot of different polls for Biden. I don't want to get stuck up in polls, but I do think very soon we've realized this kind of the potential for a massive blowout for Biden, that I don't think that exists anymore. I think there's a space for him to win, but for him to blow Donald Trump out of the water, to get to basically take Florida, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, to take it all and really, in one sense, reshape the electoral college map in a way that hasn't been done maybe since Jimmy Carter in '76. I think that's officially been tossed out the window. We can say that's not going to happen. I think that's a big thing. I think that's a big marker, because I think it shows the underlying resilience of Trump's voters. And I think that's an interesting message to take out of this. Whether Biden wins, how he governs, no matter what happens, all of these things which seemed like this was the perfect time, the tipping point for North Carolina, the tipping point for Georgia, Texas might still go Democratic, but the tipping point for Florida, that blowout, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't think so.
I agree. As you said, in 2016, the national polls were reasonably accurate. And I think we will also see the national polls will be accurate here. And we're going to see the difference between Biden's popular vote and Trump's popular vote of the order of 10 million votes. A really very large number. A political system that delivers the government to someone that that has such a large gap in the popular vote. It's you know, the whole legitimacy of a Trump government, if he were to win, is really a question here. I mean, already in the 2016, I think it was something like 3 million votes.
Right. What do you
Hillary got
anticipate?
2 million more than, and that was consistent with the polls, not exact, but as close as you're going to get. And that gap going up to 10 million, I think, has implications for the acceptance of a
Trump presidency.
Of the legitimacy of a Trump presidency.
And if I could get into the minutiae of something over here, which is an interesting thing to look forward in the next decade. I know it's a weird thing to talk about right now. We haven't even got through this, but places like the State House in Texas is so important. Specifically, state houses are very important this year because the census happened in 2010. And April 1st next year, all of these state houses, a lot of them, depending on who's in charge, they will go through some form of redistricting. The Texas State House, which is actually kind of surprising to understand, that I actually only learned recently, the Democrats were not in power by simply 9 votes in the Texas State House. Let's say Trump, no matter what happens, let's just say that the Republicans win nationally, but somehow they lose Texas. If this happens, if they lose the State House to the Democrats can redraw the districts in Texas for the next decade. And for that, they just need to switch 9 seats in the State House over there. And I think there are like far-reaching implications for that. 9 seats is not a lot in the Texas State House, and the trend seems to be Democratic. And to shift that right now, when in their first session from April next year, they get the new census, potentially, this is also huge news, Texas might get 3 extra congressional seats. Something wild could happen. Texas might get 2 congressional seats. California might get an extra congressional seat. It means that midterms in 2022, here I am pitching way into the future. In the midterms in 2022, could be shaped right now in terms of redistricting.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of very interesting things happening, because of the way the census is taken and redistricting is done decade by decade. And, so this is a very important election. We're talking about the presidency, of course, we're talking about the Senate and the House and all of that, but actually in the state legislature level as well. That's also very important. And of course, as far as you've written about this, is that, there are certain scenarios in which, you may even end up with dueling slates of electors, which then, what happens in that case? I mean, is it the governor who decides, or is it the state legislature who decides which slate of electors to seat? And if you could talk us through that scenario, that's very, that was an interesting one, I thought.
I'd love to hear about that.
What the Constitution says is that you have to have 270 votes to be elected. If there's a strong third party, it disrupts the whole system. We haven't had a strong third party. I think maybe in 1948, the third party got a significant number of electoral votes because it was Southern. It was the Southern party, and that may well have helped, if my memory serves me right, Truman to win the election against all expectations. But even there, the third party didn't get enough seats to keep Truman from getting the 270 seats. 270 votes in the Electoral College. Should the Electoral College, should there be confusion or inability to resolve who is the delegation, it may be that neither of these candidates gets 270 seats. There's a certain number of seats unresolved, in which case it goes to the House of Representatives, where each state has one vote.
So, Forrest, I have a question. It goes to the House of Representatives who are already in session, or it goes to the newly elected ones?
The newly elected ones.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah.
So how that's going to play out?
Each state gets one vote, right?
Yes. Wyoming has one vote, and California has one vote.
Yeah. This is that's such a worrisome scenario to think about, honestly.
I mean, one of the reasons we were hoping that this was going to be, a blowout, or even there's going to be a decisive result one way or the other, was to actually spare us all these possibilities. So now, of course, the problem with things going down to the wire, as it seems it will, is there's all kinds of scope for shenanigans. There's scope for legal challenges. There's scope, for the president, let's say, or anyone else saying that, well, trying to delegitimize certain kinds of votes. And the extreme, there is a possibility that these issues will not be resolved and that it will, in fact, end up either with the House of Representatives or indeed in the state legislatures. I mean, it's a mess.
I'm just going to say this, but after you, Forrest.
I mean, each state has a rule which defines how the electors should be selected. Now, as I understand, the Constitution says it's the state legislatures that select them. So, in principle, they can do anything they want. Every state has a law which says you have the vote, and according to the vote, that determines what happens to the Electoral College. But the legislature can, in principle, scrap that and say, because of the confusion in the voting, this is we're deciding to do this. And
I would imagine that was playing very poorly with the voters, unfortunately. I would imagine. I mean, you could do it technically, but of course, there's this great thing. I mean, Bill Maher had this wonderful set recently where he said, there's the trouble with Trump is, anything you can technically get away with, he'll go for it. He doesn't really believe in norms. He doesn't really believe in practices. You know, technically you can seat a Supreme Court justice 8 days before an election. There's actually no rule against it. As long as there's no rule against it, he's going to do it.
And I do genuinely believe it's 11:30 at night on the East Coast over here. I think we are 8 short hours from a barrage of lawsuits being filed by both sides. I think Donald Trump and his team, they're extremely intelligent, as are the Democrats. But I think it's in his best interest to stop the count as soon as possible. And I think I think him and the party, I can't speak of him like this, in 8.5 hours, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, I think they start. I think the amicus brief.
That's where it starts. When does it end? I mean, it seems clear we're not going to see a winner announced tonight. And I can't remember the last time. You know, the last time I guess was 2000. We went to sleep.
Yeah.
In the 2000 election, we didn't know who was going to be elected. And that
6 weeks later.
That lived along until December. So it looks like that's where we are again. Though I will say, for all of the protestations of the Gore camp in 2000, it was very apparent to me that at the end of the day, Bush was going to win that battle.
I don't know, Zafar. I don't know, because at the end of the day, they stopped counting the ballots. And all I can say is it would have been nice for them to have counted it all. Maybe he would have won by 130 instead of 537. I think it would have been nice. Just what do I say?
I'm not saying but I'm sure that wasn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The dangers that you have is that, first of all, until a few days have passed, we won't know the composition of the House.
Mm-hmm.
And we won't, right now, if the House were to take this up, then the Republicans would win. But there may be some changes.
Mm-hmm.
And if a couple states change, then it could shift to the Democrats. And of course, I made the joke in that column that I wrote that it could come down to Liz Cheney, the member of the House, deciding who was going to be president. I believe
either Biden or the person who insulted her father.
Yes, so I think she'll choose Biden.
Okay. Well, great, guys. On that note, we have come to the end of our half hour. This has been great. Thank you very much. We'll be back again on the hour, top of the hour, every hour for a half hour. Let's see. Hopefully, there'll be more to discuss. But as I said before, it doesn't seem as though we're going to get a definitive answer anytime soon. And it looks like it's going to go all night. And indeed, as Nader mentioned, probably, into the morning. And in fact, I think the process is just starting. But so
I think you're
absolutely correct with that. Super. Tune in again, half an hour. Thank you, Nader. Thank you, Faris.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back to the Dhaka Tribune live stream webinar about the US election 2020. I am joined by Dhaka Tribune publisher, Qazi Anis Ahmed. Anis, good to see you this morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you well, thank you. Also joined by Asif Islam, senior journalist in Dhaka. And in fact, the other two are both Dhaka Tribune alums who have gone on to bigger and better things, one might say. Asif, good to see you this morning.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very good. And Mushfiq, who is in Colorado, I believe. And I'm especially keen to talk to Mushfiq this morning because he can shed a little light on what is happening in the southwest of the United States. That's always a very contentious area. You got the states of Colorado, you got the states of Arizona, and to some extent Nevada and New Mexico, which, you know, are very interesting to see which way they go. Anyway, good to see you all. Thank you for being back with us. Anis, let me start with you.
Sure.
It's midnight Eastern Standard Time. It is 11 a.m. in Dhaka, and it's, you know, many people are predicting blowouts and landslides. It does not appear that that is going to be the case.
That is true. I personally felt that the mega blowout projections or expectations were sort of over-optimistic. And I myself, you know, just with my friends on Facebook, I just asked people to take a bet, and my gut call 3 days ago, so close to the election, was something in the range of 289. Mainly, I'm expecting the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to hold, and Arizona to be the pickup. But anything more than that, I think, was over-optimistic.
You know, that barely gets you in. You know, I mean, you know, there are very, very few electoral votes to spare as far as that goes, I think. So it'll be close.
But it'll be a close enough race.
The biggest problem is that, you know, we can't really tell. The numbers we're seeing so far are not helpful in that, you know, you're seeing Trump is way ahead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But because of the vagaries of in-person voting versus mail-in voting versus early voting, we really don't have a sense of what that actually means.
Not only that, but also two of the most crucial states, Pennsylvania and Michigan, are among the late counting states. You know, every state has their own rules of how they count which kind of vote, when they start counting which kind of vote. And in case of Pennsylvania and Michigan, counting very likely will not be complete until tomorrow. And a lot hinges on what happens with those two states.
Yeah. I'm just adding Mr. Forrest Cookson to the stream. We have a few other people who will be joining us. This is rather a moving feast. But Mushfiq, if I could go to you, you're living in Colorado. I mean, the Southwest is a very interesting area. What are your thoughts first in just terms of, what do you see around you in terms of, how the Southwest seems to be trending in the year 2020? And what do you expect to see, not just in Colorado where you're from, but in the surrounding states? That would be very helpful if you could share your insight with us.
Yeah, thank you, Jafar, for having me. I think this is a good, I was a reporter at Dhaka Tribune, so this is a very good thing. So I think the Democrats, they have done better in Southwest. Like if we talk about Colorado, this is always a swing state, but Biden is leading there. I saw the latest news in Denver Post. Like Denver Post is a very prominent newspaper here, and they are saying that 56% Biden is 56%, and President Trump is 41%. So, and we have also seen that this very surprising result in Arizona, that this is always a...
See, Arizona is key because Colorado essentially is a must-win for the Democrats. And you're right. I mean, in recent years, it's kind of been a swing state, but Hillary Clinton won it in 2016. And, there's really no path to the election for Biden, if he loses Colorado, it's a must-win. Arizona's the key. Now, some states, some networks are calling Arizona for Biden. Other people are saying it's still too early to call. It's only 11 electoral votes, but of course, in the final analysis, that could make all the difference.
Yes, the one thing is, I think this is very different than other election, that people voted in different portion, that in-mail portion, early voting, in-person voting. So I was listening to CNN, that one analyst was saying that in many states the early voting has not yet counted. So this early voting campaign is very democratic campaign, that most of the people who voted early, it is said that
that's what we have to, we have to count on in this state, because that would account for the vast differences we're seeing in the Midwestern states, at least. If that is not the case, then it's game over. It's game over for Biden. Also, if I could bring you in, this is very reminiscent of 4 years ago when you and I, you were the planning editor at Dhaka Tribune at the time, you and I were hosting something very similar. And I remember, because, it's quite a shock. I mean, I think at the start of the day, 4 years ago, no one really expected Trump to win. And, but as the results came trickling in, it seemed, it happened. Now tell me, are you sensing deja vu, or do you think 2020 may be different?
I think, first of all, thanks for having me on board. Anis Bhai, Mushfiq Bhai, Forrest, and Nadir Bhai, hi to all of you. Well, the thing is that, in 2016, the last piece I wrote for the Dhaka Tribune about the elections was a whole piece about shy Tories who were going to go with Trump. And that's ultimately what happened. And I didn't have the guts to fully call it, because, nobody was fully expecting it. This time around,
you had that feeling in your gut, huh? You weren't feeling comfortable.
I had that feeling. I was on an election reporting tour that year, and every place that I visited outside of the thick sort of urban areas, the sentiment in favor of Trump was really, very hard to ignore. And even in some urban areas, there were a lot of people who felt that the system just had failed them, and that they wanted something different. 4 years later,
I just want to interject that a lot of people like me probably feel that the people have been failing the system. But carry on.
No, that's fair. But during that whole sort of reporting cycle, the big thing was millennials. And this year, we are seeing that younger people and older people are hitting the polls in huge numbers. And the big question now, and I'm seeing that this is playing out in Arizona, in the area around Phoenix, is how the suburban vote's going to go. So there's this idea that there's going to be a suburban backlash against Trump, that people aren't buying his law and order thing. They want something different. They don't buy, or they haven't taken it. They haven't taken the last 4 years as a success, and that they're going to go with Biden. I personally think that Biden is going to take this election. I'm going out on a limb by saying this. It's obviously too early to say, but one thing that is worth noting is that the Spanish-speaking vote, let's call it that. When you're in the lead up to the elections, people were talking about them as a single bloc, but Cuban American Spanish speakers in Florida have overwhelmingly voted for the Republican Party, whereas people of Puerto Rican and Mexican and other origins are breaking Democrat. So some of these categories that we use.
And one of the things I'm seeing is that the one group which Trump appears to have improved his vote count with since 2016 is Latinos. Yeah. It's very interesting. A lot of people assumed that his anti-immigrant rhetoric, both legal and illegal, would have hurt him with the Latino vote. It does not appear to have done so.
Not with Cuban Americans, it doesn't appear that that's been the case. But of course, they're right.
Cuban Americans, this is, not just, of course, Cuban Americans are their own sort of group, shouldn't be lumped in with other leaders. But Latinos across the board, it's very interesting to actually see this. Nadir,
Zafar, I would just like to interject that it's also not actually so clearly across the board. there is a split. There's an ideological split in the Latino community where Cubans, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, and other people who've been under a kind of communist, leftist, authoritarian regime, they are heavily with the Republicans. And actually, I will say, which many people won't agree, the late push by the leftist flank of the Democratic Party for more soft policy on Cuba and such has actually hurt the Democrats in Florida. It's an ideological split, but otherwise, actually, Latino votes are, without those ideological camps, Latino vote, although on the whole, actually is holding very much for the Dems in keeping with traditional pattern.
And okay. I have to. You don't buy the idea that Latino voters, as they become more sort of entrenched in America, they start, and wealthier, they start seeing themselves. So, for instance, a lot of people say Latino voters are often culturally quite conservative, Catholic. That may be something which appeals, which makes the Republican Party appeal to them. You're not buying so much. You think is these specific, discrete communities, largely of those who lived under communist dictatorship, which is skewing the numbers. Now that you have
I agree with that completely. I was just speaking to a Vietnamese American friend of mine. He's from California, and he pulled out a poll. He sent me a picture of the poll, which shows that Vietnamese Americans overwhelmingly support Trump as well, which actually and the conversation we had was exactly along these lines of basically places which were places which were formerly led by communists. Those communities, those people in the United States, they overwhelmingly support the Republicans. The other thing I wanted to bring in, which is something
they are repelled by Democrats, any Democrats who freely have been using the term socialism.
Oh, you're absolutely correct.
That's just the reality.
But you're absolutely correct.
Those tiny crucial pockets of votes have been alienated.
No, but for me, it's interesting. I read a piece in Newsweek by some guy. He's a math professor. And he says, why I'm voting for Trump. And he's apparently from Romania. He gave exactly this thing because he had lived under a communist dictatorship. But for me, it's stunning because, when I first read it and I saw these from Romania, I was like, maybe this guy likes Trump because he reminds him of Ceausescu. On the one hand, you can see that you can see why people would be repelled by the Democrats. On the other hand, Trevor Noah did this wonderful piece on Trump years ago, and he said he's America's first African president. So those of us that remember Africa and Asia, there's something very familiar about Trump because he actually comes across very much as a third world dictator, and the way his personal style is, the way he holds himself open. Okay, and so it's interesting that people from communist regimes or ex-communist regimes, they look at the Democrats and they have a problem with the soft socialism there, but they don't see Trump as an authoritarian, and that is something which is more in line with the countries they left, and they don't want to have anything to do with.
If I could just say,
sorry, Asif,
I could just say one thing that the Republican Party has done really well this time around is they've taken comments made by people like Bernie Sanders or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, right? So people on the left of the party, and they've pinned it on Biden. And so what they've done is there's this kind of a red scare sort of tactic that they're using that people are actually buying. I mean, some people from historically, people who have immigrated from authoritarian countries ruled by authoritarian leaders or by communist leaders, they have a sentiment that is very anti-communist and therefore pro-Republican. But I mean, they've all the Republican parties. Yeah, I mean, they've done an amazing job of, and the Democratic Party and Biden's people have not been able to effectively disentangle themselves from some of the comments made by the left of the party, and that's been, I mean, in terms of signaling and in terms of communicating with their potential voters and their base, they haven't done a very good job. The Republicans really hijacked this conversation.
Forrest, I want to bring you in. What do you think? Because on this particular issue of how socialism plays with the American voter, and especially with recent immigrants, or not even recent immigrants, people whose ancestral roots may be in authoritarian communist dictatorships, are a strong support base for the Republican Party.
Well, good evening, everybody except who is in Bangladesh? Just Zafar and me.
No, Asif, no, most of us. You and Nader is in, Nader is in the States, and Mushfiq is in Colorado. Nader is in New York. But the four of us, me, you, Asif, and Anis, are all in Bangladesh.
Okay.
Not that casts any doubt on our credibility or authority.
I was just trying to decide whether to say good morning or good evening.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening is good for me. Yeah.
Super.
So, I think the comments that have been made are to the point, and the I think it's actually quite widespread, this emotional reaction against socialism. It's sort of a dirty word that, and I think it's not just people from who have immigrated from or have been associated with totalitarian or authoritarian regimes. I think there are a lot of people in the United States, particularly ex-military folks like that. I mean, there's a lot of indoctrination. A
lot of business people.
Yeah. So I mean, I actually don't know much about this, but I think that the Republicans have quite successfully pinned this tail on the donkey, shall we say, that they're socialists, and it seems to have had some impact. I'm never really sure about how much concepts of foreign policy or even awareness of the rest of the world exists in most of the American electorate. The immigrant communities, yes, but everybody else is sort of.
I mean, my sense is that to the extent that there's a turn away from the left in America among your average American voter, it's not so much economic issues, and I wonder whether the socialism tag has as much negative connotation as it used to among the electorate at large. I do think stuff like Black Lives Matter, I do think stuff like political correctness, these are the kinds of left issues which people, which your mainstream average voter in America rebels against. And so, I mean, I think that is perhaps more, impactful in terms of what Biden has to fight against. I mean,
but if I can just say, I agree with you 100%. But they have used this socialist tag to discredit Obamacare, and that's been a big part of their pitch, to the electorate. The other thing is, I just wanted to say, Forrest, I love that hitting the tail on the donkey, since we're talking about the Democrats. So someone should write an article called "Pinning the Red Tail on the Donkey," about how the Republican Party has hijacked this debate. But yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Let me put it this way. In terms of policies, imagine for a second that you have two candidates. One has center-left policies. The other has even more left-leaning policies. The center-left candidate describes him or herself as socialist. And the more left-wing policy person never uses the term socialism. They only call themselves liberal. The person with the more left substantive policies will still have a way better chance in America. And that is something the left flank of the Democratic Party needs to understand.
Words matter. It's actually the reality.
It matters very much. It matters very much, and having people like AOC, whom I admire immensely as a person for her achievements relative to her relative youth, etc., but allowing somebody from a super liberal, majority ethnic pocket in Brooklyn to become a kind of a voice for the Democratic Party, or a big chunk of it, as it were, for the whole nation, is actually problematic, because the sentiments which get her elected belong to such a tiny minority in America, the Democrats need to find a way to take in the good feedback from the left, but not to have the left projected as such a part of their overall identity on a national level. I think that is one of the main constraints on them in this cycle, why the blowout that was expected by some isn't happening. America is still a very conservative centrist country.
Yeah, Mushfiq, could you talk to that a little? You're in the Southwest, which is a very interesting part of America. It has been typically very conservative, and now it is trending more liberal, more democratic in recent years. But does what Anis is saying have resonance with you in a place like Colorado? Do you actually see that, you know, there's a lot of perhaps fear, there's a lot of distrust of your, you know, someone, you know, like AOC, someone who's from like the very liberal New York City wing of the Democratic Party? Well, what, you know, you talk to your colleagues in your PhD program in Colorado, you talk to people in the town. What's your sense of that?
Yeah, I totally agree with Anis Bhai and everyone that people have problem with socialism and so many things. And I think one important thing is like, this is about Cuban people in Florida, but I found that I was in Nevada, like in Reno for 2 years. I did my master's there. But there are a good number of Bernie supporters. That Bernie is very popular there. I attended some program and I also participated in some election. I went to some of Biden's program, some of Bernie's program. So Bernie was very popular, and I found that people who are coming from Mexico, like who are very close to Mexico or something, they do not have this problem with socialism. This might be even in California. Like California is turning blue, like is very strong democracy, stronghold. I in Colorado, like this is very conservative, but I was reading one article that some professors, political science professors, saying that there is some demographic changes, like because California, the living cost is so high, so many people are going to the next state, like in Nevada. You will find many people from California and also in Colorado and Arizona. They're shifting from California to other states. So this might be the reason for change of. And I, as people from a Muslim, as a student, international student from Muslim country, I did not find many people are very. I did not find myself unwelcoming here. Many people, they're very welcoming. Not that they do not have this problem with international students or with the Muslim. So I think this stereotype, like our thought about like the conservative, this is changing. Many people are demography changing here. And I found many people very liberal, and
it is changing. But can I just share one piece of fact? This is something you can go look up. Over the last 4 years, in every Democratic primary, in many Democratic primaries, the left flank of the Democratic Party was backing somebody that the party mainstream was not backing. And whenever the primary was in a red or purple state, in every single one of those instances, when it wasn't a deep blue place, in every single of those instances, the candidate backed by AOC or the left flank lost even the Democratic primary. That's the reality of America.
That's true. I also agree. And I want to add that Jafar was saying that about the polling, like all the prediction was saying that Biden, there was a landslide for Biden. I want to add this, that there is a hidden voter for Trump. Like this is true for conservative voters. That is also true for Bangladesh. That we are seeing from urban centers. That urban centers we are seeing that all very liberal, secular voters, secular people. But like conservative voters, conservative people, they're in the rural areas. So they always, sometimes they fear of expressing themselves. They do not tell. If you ask someone that in Bangladeshi country that someone is Hifazat supporters or someone is Jamaat Islami supporter, they will not tell you that they support. They want to hide themselves. And in my, like, I have been in USA for 2.5 years. I made one-term supporters, only one-term supporters in my 2.5 years, like not many term supporters, but everyone is voting. So I think this is the problem with all the liberal dominated newspapers polling, or we are doing this thing. There is a liberal bias that they are not counted, like conservative voters, they are not counted, they cannot express their opinion. So we are getting very wrong result in all the polling.
I would also like to add something over here, which is my pet peeve about polling in the United States. This has been a year, more so than many other years, maybe only ever rivaled by 1968, where people have there's been a reckoning in terms of class, which is a word, it's kind of a dirty word over here. Nobody likes to talk about class over here, where class and race have finally been brought into some kind of spotlight, which allows for greater analysis of these different subsects of people. I find this absolutely mind-boggling that there's so much polling here about white people. They are segmented into over 18, under 18, with a college degree, without a college degree, female over 35, with a family, without a family. The segmentation of polling done for them is truly incredible. And then there's the monolith, the black vote, the Latino vote, the Asian vote, and all of that polling lumps these disparate groups together. And I think this has been very difficult. It's been very difficult to understand, to read the tea leaves of those polls very well. And I do think, of course, within the Democratic between the Democratic and Republican Party, just look at I'm going to say something which is going to sound like really like we're patting ourselves on the back over here. The conversation we had 10 minutes ago about the differentiation within the Latinx vote is not a conversation that happens anywhere in the mainstream media. This is not me railing against the mainstream media, but for them, it is a monolith. And it's so problematic because on the basis of this, in my mind, quite faulty polling, which lumps so many people together, you form these incredible ad policies, your outreach programs, and it views, to my understanding, about 35% of the American population as a monolith. That's so troubling. And I do think this year, of all years, when race came into people's blinders, like in a way that hasn't done before, I was so interested to look for even one news outlet to provide me with something different other than this is what the black vote is. I want to see the subsect of black people with degrees, living in areas which are majority white. How do they vote? There's so many other ways you can cut this pie of polling and then use that polling to target your messaging. But I don't think it's being done. And I find it so deeply problematic that we've had a more vibrant conversation over here. And it doesn't happen where it actually counts for people who are voting. I just want to get that off my chest. This thing about
well, this has been great. We are going to go off the air. I like to do these things in 30-minute blasts while we still maintain our audience. But the night is, well, it's not young in America, but I wonder if we're going to get any more definitive results as the night goes on. We'll keep this up as long as we can. My energy is not yet flagged, and as long as there's interest. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
And we'll be back again in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody.
I think he's doing.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 12 noon in Bangladesh. I believe it is 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Samira, I think you can perhaps confirm this. We're joined by Samira Sadiq from Washington, D.C., and Asif Islam here in Dhaka. Samira, it's a late night for you, but it looks like nothing is going to be settled before you go to sleep.
No, not really. And we sort of all just knew that. But, you know, given how intense this election season was, none of us could actually, we sort of just looked past that. We were like, we're somehow on some level, we were hoping we're going to get an idea what the results would be by tonight. And there is obviously a lead, and there seems to be an understanding of where it might go, but a lot is still yet to be determined.
Yeah. Now, were you in America 4 years ago in 2016? Is this familiar to you? Do you feel a sense of deja vu, or do you think this is a bit different?
So I was actually in the US when Obama won his first term, as well as when Trump won in 2016. So this has been, I would say, a mix of both, because I remember when Obama won, I was in the middle of Iowa, and, you know, I remember people, because it was in a mostly liberal school, people were just running out in the middle of the cornfield just celebrating. Whereas in 2016, when Trump won, I was at Times Square, and Times Square was quiet. It was full of people and it was quiet. And that sort of contradiction, like, I never forgot it. And tonight I was outside the White House for the most part of today. And there is, you know, on one hand, there's a lot of celebrations, and that's exactly where the Black Lives Matter plaza is. And there was a lot of people from the Black community, a lot of people, mainly liberals, who were out there celebrating, sort of being hopeful about what's to come. But as the evening went, as we started seeing Florida flip, Georgia flip, Ohio flip, things were starting to calm down. I could see the familiar sense of that silence come back, just as I had seen them in New York 4 years ago.
Okay, thank you. We're joined by Qazi Nabil Ahmed, who MP. And so, Nabil, let me actually bring you right into this conversation. It looks like it is absolutely going down to the wire.
It is looking like going down to the wire and a nail biter, and it's going to be a long night for our friends in America, I think, and maybe a long day tomorrow as well, as all the early votes or postal votes that are being counted in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Right. Now, I want to bring everyone's attention to sort of a tweet which I just saw of President Trump's, which is a little concerning. He says, "We're up big, but they are trying to steal the election. Big and steal, all caps. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." It seems very clear that this is going to be the Trump strategy. And I think one of the reasons so many of us were hoping there would be a clear-cut victory is because we are concerned that something like this would happen. So I certainly hope the Dems have come to play. What do you think?
Can I just jump in to say that I've just been notified about President Trump's tweet, and I expect no less from him either. But this shows a sign of weakness, where he's afraid now that things are going the other way. That's why he's going to start tweeting this stuff and everything else. Just to let our friends in Bangladesh or other places know that in America, the election is a federal election. It's not controlled by any federal authority per se, like in other countries. It's a statewide, state to state, secretaries of state in each state, county officials, county clerks in each counties. And even in Pennsylvania, it's the Pennsylvania legislature that is controlled by the Republicans that have done this rule that the postal ballots will be counted the day after the election. And whatever President Trump says, we expect no less from him, and it's going to make it into an interesting night.
I see. Asif, what do you think?
I think the Democrats are ready for this. Yeah, I think they're lawyered up and ready to take this on. I mean, this is the lead up to this in the courts with lawsuits and counter lawsuits. As you know, this has been gathering some heat for the last couple of weeks. I think everybody's prepared for this. It's no surprise. The Trump campaign pretty much said they do this, leading up to the election. But here's the ironic thing. It's past midnight there. If we went by Trump's own demands that we stop counting at midnight, Biden wins, right? At least on the East Coast. So that's kind of ironic. So, hey, why don't we do Trump a good one and say, hey, you know what? We're going to stop counting, give it to Biden. No, I think they're going to keep on trying to subvert and undermine and disparage the election process until they feel that they're safe. And of course, what happens if it truly turns out that they haven't done as well as they hope to do? You know, how long is this fight going to carry on? And, you know, I think people are expecting the worst, but hoping for the best.
Okay. Now, Samira, you're of the four of us, you're the one who is in the United States, albeit in Washington, D.C. Earlier, I had been talking to other American journalists, and I mean, are you concerned, perhaps not in D.C. itself, but around the country, that, you know, since now this is, whichever way it pans out, is going to be a very, very close election. There's going to be about 50% of the population who's going to be deeply unhappy. Do you feel that there is going to be violence in the short to medium term, and certainly in the long term, an election like this will do nothing to heal the polarization and the partisan divides within American society? Surely they'll only make them worse.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, in response to what Asif said, people are expecting the worst. As much as the liberals want Biden to win, at the same time, everyone's acutely aware of what happens if he does win. There is fear of, you know, I'm sure you've seen on the news that stores across the major cities in the US have been boarding up. And that's kind of just to, you know, just for the immediate aftermath. There are schools that are boarding up. There are a couple schools in Brooklyn, in New York, that have actually just closed for the days after the elections because they're genuinely, and these are in Jewish communities, and they're genuinely scared of what might happen if Biden wins, because in that case, there is going to be there's anticipation of a very targeted attack towards any kind of minority communities, whether you're a person of color, you're from the Black community, you're a religious minority. And in terms of a longer term impact of this election, I think that that divide began 4 years ago, if not earlier, and it's too deep at this point, even if Biden wins, to sort of stitch that up. In the last 4 years, I've seen Trump supporters become so empowered and so emboldened in their views, in how confident they are about their racism, frankly. I actually, a big part of my reporting is reporting on hate speech crimes. And over the last 4 years, what I've seen is people, like, you know, if they're carrying out a racist attack or spewing racist comments at someone, earlier it used to be that there was an element of shame. The moment they realize they're being recorded, you know, they sort of calm down or they try to avoid the situation. But in the last, I've seen that it go from that to people just being very confident as soon as they realize they're being recorded, and they will use anything from the N-word to any anti-Semitic comments to anti-immigration comment, everything, and they'll be like, put me on YouTube. It's sort of become a pride for them to be a Trump supporter, to be a right-winger, and it's something that they feel so powerful about. They're not going to go down.
Yeah, well, this is it, you see. Now, Nabil, coming back to you, so this being the case, I think you raise an interesting point that Trump's bluster suggests that he's nervous. However, you know, he is still the president of the United States, at least for another 3 months. It's an incredible pulpit. He's sitting there. He has the federal judiciary largely at his behest. I think most of the state legislatures are in Republican hands. See, one of the things which was interesting to see for me was, what role will the other Republicans play? Will they continue to carry his water, or will they think that, you know, he's too toxic? Now, since it's coming so close, it could be that they are all going to unify behind him. Obviously, this isn't something he can do by himself. What's your thoughts on that?
One thing, as a politician, I'll tell you myself, it's very easy to do the bluster and to say all the things to rile up your base and keep them motivated to face any situation. But losing is something that's very demoralizing. So whenever a person starts to lose in a political race, and I've just done like 2 back-to-back elections in last 2 months, basically of a different nature of like sports bodies and local associations of other people. And the minute you lose, your authority sort of like goes away, and the number of people listening to you starts diminishing very fast by the day. And there will be like people who will be the true believers who will never leave, who will want to do things. Samira just said very well that those who might be protesting, who don't want to accept the results, but the results don't depend on their accepting it. It depends on the Secretary of State of each state certifying those results and sending it onwards to the DC to be counted as an electoral college vote on January 6th, basically by the Vice President and the Speaker of the House. So in my view, there will be a lot of bluster, and a lot of these things will be now, Trump will be starting doing his audition for setting up a TV network very soon to keep the faithful together and to be a disruptor of any administration that is coming in and to make a run for 24 again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely on the cards with him. One of the things, of course, I think Ross Douthat in the New York Times, he had a piece a couple of weeks ago where he said that you can't, he said, we don't need to worry about, Trump, a Trump plot or a Trump plan to steal the elections, because that presupposes skills and abilities Trump does not have. That, whatever. Yeah.
One line over here, what Ross Douthat, we both read that thing. The piece is that as much as Trump admires, he's no Putin or Erdogan, basically. So,
yeah. You see, he doesn't have the capability of of strategizing.
Yeah.
So that's something, and that's true. I mean, I think in a sense we're better off for that fact, is that, it's the thing which holds him back from being the more effective authoritarian is he's so indisciplined. Whereas typically someone like Erdogan or someone like Putin is much more disciplined, and that makes them much more formidable. Asif, what do you think? Where do you see things going in the next 24 hours, the next week, the next month?
So it's obviously looking contentious. I was talking to my friends in the States, and we were joking that it'll be, vegans for the Second Amendment versus Karens with guns. That's going to be the clash on the streets, if you know what I mean. But I think that one interesting thing, all of these conservative judges that have been appointed, whether the Supreme Court or to the appellate courts over the course of the Trump administration, they are, by nature of their conservatism, inclined to rule for empowering the states. And so, because this is something that will play in each of the states and in each of the states' election commissions, I actually think that it would be hard for Trump to pull a kind of, a federal or a centralist kind of coup. You know what I mean? They'll basically...
Well, no, right. He can't do it by himself. I think everything really depends on whether the Republicans at the state level, at the county level, decide that their future is tied in with him, and so they are going to, in fact, fall in with him lockstep, or whether they figure he may well lose, and then if he loses, then I've destroyed my credibility. It's better for me to play the long game. I mean, I think a lot depends on the rest of the party.
No, I hear you. I think that, so there was a really great article in the New Yorker by Nicholas Lehman at Columbia, and I think the Republican Party is going through sort of a soul searching. There are people who are all the way because he's getting the votes. He may be able to seal the Senate. He may be able to take the White House. And there are others who are saying, this is not the party that I belong to, and these aren't the kinds of politics that I want to be associated with. And I think that it's too early to say, but I'm inclined to think, and I'd like to, it's a bit of hopefulness on my part, but I'm inclined to think that people at the state level will not get involved in a way that will fundamentally and severely undermine trust in the system, because everybody is a loser if that happens. And that's something
I hope so. You have projects like the Lincoln Project, which is disaffected Republicans, and I admire what they're doing, because I do understand political realpolitik. It's hard to turn your back on your political party, even if you think that, doing so is the right thing to do. I mean, there are lots of political considerations. I mean, Nabil, as a politician, you would also be able to speak to that. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not an easy thing at all to turn your back on your own party, even for a short while. So even people who are in the Lincoln projects or other activities going on right now, Republicans who are just saying they're sitting out 2020, hoping for a normal Republican candidate to come through in 24 again for them to come back into the fold. They will face questions even then in 24 whether they're true Republicans anymore. And there is a paradigm shift within the Republican Party, where I wouldn't call it to be a complete populist takeover yet, but the imprint will remain for quite a long time for the echoes to be heard down this decade, in my view, in 24, 28. And whatever Republicans come along over the next, and it might be Donald Trump again at 24, even if he loses this time, and if he wins, that's a separate story. But in my view, as a Republican Party, as a party of Lincoln, as the GOP, as a grand old party, for it to be a big tent party where they can get a big intersection of people. The demography is against them relentlessly in 24, 28, 32. The demography is going to go against them in Arizona, in Texas, in Georgia, in North Carolina, and all these pivotal states. So in my view, sooner they have a rethink and come back into a mainstream or center-right party with their programs of economic or cultural issues that are more acceptable to the new generation, will be good for them, good for the country, good for the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Samira, if I could bring you in, you mentioned the vast sea change you have actually seen and experienced over the last 4 years with President Trump in office. What is your sense? I mean, is this something you're concerned about if he gets another 4 years? Now, Nabil has pointed out, and I think you have also mentioned, the long-term demographic trends certainly seem to be, in favor of the Democrats. The long-term trends demographically, in terms of the way young people are voting, the way young people are, what they think in terms of politics and economics. Nevertheless, 4 more years of Trump in the White House could really, do a lot of damage, one could say. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? How do those two things coexist?
Absolutely. But if you think about it, I mean, I think in the last 4 years, after Trump came into power,
we've just lost you.
They came into office with 2 hours, and that whole movement, that whole election was very much defined by grassroots, grassroots empowerment, as people from different communities and frankly an entirely different class came together because they decided enough was enough. So Trump in some ways really pushed it over the edge for them. However, what a lot of people are noting tonight and what they're really anxious about is they were expecting, given sort of the atmosphere in the last 4 years, and given, people have seen what Trump is capable of, putting children in cages, etc. A lot of people were expecting that this would be a landslide victory for Biden. And what's making them anxious, including me, is the fact that it's so close, because that means there is still a very large population who is, despite seeing what Trump is capable of, is still going for him, is still ready to pin their support on him. And, it's very different from voting for him in 2016, because people didn't have an idea of what he was going to do once he was in office. But now we're talking about everything, including his taxes, including even further allegations of rape, including how he has handled the coronavirus pandemic. Despite all of that, such a big population is still voting for him.
I saw a tweet, I believe, from an American journalist, and she said that the fact that this election is so close tells you everything you need to know about America today. And I think that is, that's something which even if Biden wins and even if he takes office on January 20th, I think this is something which Nabil had mentioned. It's going to take a long time to sort of roll things back from where they are, even with these demographic changes which are happening. Asif?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure that it will be possible to roll things back. Let's just look at a few things. I mean, when we talk about Donald Trump, there's the racism, there's the misogyny, there's all that. But the Republican Party is that he represents, I mean, his policies represent, is not the Republican Party that we know. First of all, The last time somebody had an anti-trade nationalist view of things was 1992 with Ross Perot and Pat Buchanan. That was a position on the economy and trade that was totally discredited by the party, and he's made a comeback in 2016 with it, and he's rolling with it. The last time that the amount of, I mean, it is somewhat related to coronavirus, but the amount of money now that the federal government has spent, right? This is a real, I mean, it's a real shift away from the sort of libertarian streak in the party where, you have smaller government and less government spending. So the Republican Party, just at the policy level that Trump represents, is not the Republican Party that, we're used to talking about. It's a whole different thing. You add on to that the latent racism and everything else that surfaced under his rule, the hardcore populism, that is willing even to take on the pillars of American democracy. You take that into I don't know if this can be walked back. I think it's a generation that's going to have to do some soul searching and address, who are we as a country?
Yeah, and well, Nabil, this is
if I want
to what you made earlier.
If I want to add to Samira and Nasser what they just said, one of the most unfortunate things of 2016 election, to everyone's astonishment, was it brought into full view the ugly underbelly of American society and many of the views that were like brushed under the carpet. So it's not that it wasn't there. It's not that it couldn't be felt or it couldn't be like somehow quantified, but it became something to be celebrated. It became something to be expounded. It became something to be proudly owned by a section of people. And that section of people, whether we call it 35%, 42%, whatever the president's approval rating has been on average over the last 4 years, there's a huge section which never agreed with that because of the quirks of American electoral college system, where very thinly populated states have overrepresentation because of 2 Senate seats each in the Dakotas, Iowa, Wyoming, Montana, wherever else you want to count them in. So there is a possibility of having a permanent minority rule if this persists, where the American Senate, actually, if you go by votes, is not representing the majority of the Americans. Neither is the president. And if you see the last 6 presidential election where the Republican candidate has won over 50%, only once in 2004, not in 92, 96, 2000, or
the last 28 years, just once.
That's what I'm saying, that actually the demography is against them. Even as a party, mainstream party, sooner they come back to the senses and having somebody else expound their views that will be more palatable to a wider section of people, it's better for them.
Where do you think, I mean, we're talking about, maybe it's premature to talk about 2024, but, for instance, you suggested that if Trump loses, he may well run again in 2024, and I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I mean, he's up for the fight. Where do you suppose the country will be in 2024 demographically? Will it, as you said, the fix it's not a fix, but the playing field is still tilted massively in favor of the Republican Party. So, and that blunts the impact of the demographic change we have been talking about. So, do you think that there would be, I mean, just imagine Trump, once again in opposition after having spent 4 years as president? Or do you think if he loses, that will presage a crack up in the Republican Party? I mean, it seems to me that it's 2 separate parties at this stage. I mean, I'm not sure. Anyone want to take that?
Before, I just want to draw one line to my earlier thing, is that why will Trump run for 24 again? That can be a question. The question, in my view, is he will run for 24 again if he loses today or tomorrow, is not only to become president, but because of all the court cases he's going to have against him at a New York and federal level, to paint them as a political persecution, and through that have our base that will support him and pressurize the judges or other people to somehow exonerate him or go easy on him or show it as a victimization, because he's the only president sitting in office who plays victim as opposed to everybody else.
Right. Well, no, he's still saying "Make America Great Again," and I was like, you can't say "Make America Great Again" when you're the president. I mean, it works as a campaign slogan when you're in opposition, but what the hell have you been doing for the last 4 years if you're saying "Make America Great Again"? I don't know. But again, as you said, this kind of inconsistency doesn't seem to bother his supporters in the slightest. You see, absolutely.
Because
I think just to jump in there, I just want to say my Wi-Fi was acting up, so I think I cut off for a bit, so I may have missed a bit of it. But just to note about his supporters who seem fairly unfazed by everything that has happened, and I think on some level they probably feel almost bullied to the corner, you know, and that the kind of blind faith that brings in you when you're feeling almost bullied about that. I think that can be very strong. Just yesterday I was watching a Twitter clip of a mashup of videos of different ways in which people just laughed. And by people, I mean Obama, I believe another person was John Oliver, who just, you know, very openly made fun of the idea that Trump might run for president some way. And this clip was being shared not by Trump supporters, but liberals who were commenting on the fact that, you know, there was this dismissal of the idea that Trump could win, and there is so much sort of strength in his supporters being able to show that, yeah, we support what was once the underdog, and I think that's where this kind of blindness comes from.
Well, Trump's appeal, I totally agree with Samira. Trump's appeal is in that he's been able to tap into that angst. And it started out with the flyover states and their sense that the coasts were getting all the attention and nothing was happening for them. But it's also now just moved into, you know, all kinds of communities you wouldn't expect to get involved with the Trump phenomenon. And it's this idea that somehow this system is too complex, the system is, you know, too disconnected, or it's too corrupt, if you want to take their language, and that they need to do something, and they absolutely don't care. In fact, the more outrageous he is, the more emboldened they feel, because they feel like they haven't had a voice for so long. That's the danger. But it is a point that, and this is a failing of the press. The American press has spent the last 4 years, I mean the liberal press, doing exactly what Trump would have wanted from them, which is it started with Hillary Clinton's calling his supporters the deplorables, or the despicables, the deplorables, I think. And it went on with this regular, daily, nightly vilification of his supporters and calling them basically idiots. And they're like, you know what? We're idiots, but we control the country now. And what should have happened was there should have been an introspection. There should have been a real move by the press and maybe by academia and others, and certainly the Democratic Party, about engaging with this sense of angst and this sense of disenfranchisement. And that didn't happen. The opposite happened. And in that respect, they handed it to him. I mean, I don't know that he's going to get it, but if he does, it'll partly be our fault for not telling the story right.
And it'll be our fault.
Sorry, I just want to add something about the media, about what you said, Asif. And as having been a journalist here in the US for the last 4 years, that is 100% true. The way the media has been, and it started somewhat just to get clicks, just to put on, you know, share Trump's tweet, and then, and I see this at work even today, right? Even the slightest things you want to be able to report on. I don't think people were reporting on tweets before Trump ran for president. It's just not. It's an entirely different media culture that's been built out because of his presidency and because of his campaigning. And that gave him the platform that even his own Twitter hadn't up until that point.
Nabil?
One of the things of the last 4 years about media would be, like, in my view, media is also like partly not only an accessory, but also a fellow traveler on this joyride, because they got the views, they got the clicks, they got the advertisers and everything else in a very difficult media landscape, as we all know right now, from print to regular television, everything. And right now, since we have this alternate universe where people only want to hear what they want to hear, they only want to see what they want to see, and the more you feed that to them, from Fox to CNN to everybody else, so I only want to hear what I want to hear, and that only reinforces the righteousness of any particular section of people, that whether liberal or conservative or populist, however you want to call it. President Trump, in my view, in 2016 or 2015, he did not invent any of these things. He mostly verbalized what was already there as an undercurrent, and suddenly he saw that it clicked very quickly in 2015. That's when he said that even if I shoot people on Fifth Avenue, nothing's going to happen, and that's what exactly happened.
Yeah. Well, on that happy note, Nabil, I think we're at the end of the half hour. Thank you very much, Samira. Thank you, Asif. Thank you, Nabil. This has been great. It is what's the time in New York, Samira? In Eastern? It's 1:30? 2:30. Okay. And but it doesn't seem as though the night is ending anytime soon. I see, according to our ticker, we've got 220 to 210 electoral college votes. I don't know if any other votes will really be ascertained tonight. So we're probably going to call it quits in terms of our live coverage here at Dhaka Tribune. But as I mentioned, it's not over yet. So do join us, I guess, evening, Bangladesh time, morning, American time. Thank you very much, and thank you, the three of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah.